Good evening, welcome to the Essex Selectboard meeting on June 29th, 2026. I appreciate you being here. It is now 6:30, and at this time I hereby call this meeting to order.
Shannon, could you give me 1 second? I think I need to allow Town Meeting TV to unmute.
Please.
Yes, thank you,
I need to do that over here.
It still says the host not allowing you, but.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
figure it
gonna
out.
make you a co-host if I do it.
Oh, sorry.
Just that stuff.
Sorry.
You should be upset.
Good.
All right, so sorry I forgot to ask, that's my bad.
Nope,
Okay. Well, welcome again. Let's get this started. Are there any agenda changes or additions from staff?
none from staff.
Thank you. I'll turn to the board. Any additions or changes from the board members? Not hearing any? We'll jump right into it. We don't need to approve the agenda as there's no changes to it. We'll move right into public to be heard. This is an opportunity for members of the public to come forth and speak about items that are either on the consent agenda or not on the posted agenda. Before we begin, I'll just ask for a few reminders. One, please silence your cell phones. Also, for those attending virtually, please note that your microphones will be muted by default until recognized by the chair. This is a result of some bad actors in prior meetings and is an attempt to prevent that from reoccurring. Also, please note that there is no chat feature on the online experience. For everyone giving comment, please be civil, please be brief. As a general rule, any comments longer than a few minutes represent a need to have a deeper conversation. Additionally, please refrain from side conversations. Please be respectful of board members, staff, and all those in the room, and please direct any comments to the chair of the board. When you come forth to speak, please give your name and where you live. So I'll look first to people in the room. If anybody would like to give comments, please come forth and join us. Not seeing any hands, we will jump online. Greg, do you have any hands?
Nope.
No hands online. Then we'll jump right to it. Ethan.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Meg. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. That will take us to business item 6A. We'll start with an interview for a volunteer for the Essex Library Board of Trustees, Jane Dunn. Jane, please come forward. Yep, and speak into the microphone, say your name and where you live, and introduce yourself and tell us a little about you, why you applied for this.
All right, I'm Jane Dunn. I live at 4 Partridge Drive here in Essex. We moved here about 2 years ago from New Hampshire. We're the cliche, we moved here to be closer to our grandchildren. And one of the first things I did when I got to town was to look for the library, which we're very close to the Essex Library. So I go to the monthly reading group. I mean, I've always loved libraries. My background, and one of the reasons I wanted, when I saw the board opening, I thought this would be a good way to kind of give back to the town, meet some people, get involved, just be part of the community. My background, I was an early childhood educator, so I was a school librarian at a very small Catholic school, so I mean, I love books. And I'll end with this. When I was a kid, I would go to the library on my bike every week and get 10 or 11 books. I'd ride my bike home, no handles. I can't even ride a bike anymore, but reading my book on the bike going home. And if I didn't do something at home, Mom would say, not, I'm going to, ground you. It was, I'm going to take your library card away. Mm-hmm. So this has been a love of mine my whole life. So I just want to, give back.
Well, thank you so much. I
All right.
appreciate you. Oh, we're going to have you sit there for a second, and the board has an opportunity to ask you some questions. Sure. I'll open it. Meg, why don't you start us off?
Hi, thank you for your interest. I guess, do you have any ideas for programming or things that you've like to contribute? Like, what do you have as maybe a goal for your time on the board?
To be honest with you, when I asked, there wasn't really much information as what a board member does. So I'm not even sure how much sway one has. When I asked last month at the library, she said, yeah, go ahead and apply, but there really wasn't much information. So, I love the group that we have. I would love more of that kind of stuff. We've been to, my husband and I went to a lecture there recently, which was, again, excellent. It's small, so, there's space constraints. But, I guess at first I would want to just kind of listen and find out what we do.
Okay, sure. And that's really all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further board questions? Ethan?
It sounds like you had some time at the library to talk about, but were you able to go on the town website and look at the?
I looked, there's
There wasn't much on
there's
there.
not much on there. It's
for
just kind of,
trustees?
support, consult, I've been on other like church boards and things like that, so I'm aware of, what one does on a board. But as far as specific to the library, there wasn't very much information to find, I would welcome it if you have it.
Do we have the mission statement on the town website under?
I'll have to check and look
Okay.
into it. Yeah, I would think so, but
Okay.
we'll have to double check.
Awesome, thank you. If there's that not there, we'll make sure it's there, and if it is there, I'll make sure we share it.
That'd be great. That's. Oh.
Andy?
Yeah, okay. Can I answer one of her questions, I guess?
Give some background, yeah, please.
So in Vermont, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in Vermont, the library trustees run the library. The select board sets the budget, but we can't tell the library how to run. The trustees run it. They set all the policies, hire the director, which then Greg has to pay. But that's
Okay.
the role. Just to disclose, my wife is the chair of the trustees, and later on, when we talk about appointments, I'm going to recuse myself from participating in the discussions about appointments, but I'll go into that later. So my question,
Yeah.
you mentioned getting involved in the community, and I'm curious what how you would describe community, the word community. What does it mean to you?
Well, I think where you live, obviously. That's a good question. I guess kind of where your heart is, where you put your time, walk the talk and do the work. And I really would like to be involved, I guess, and more than just living here. I'd like to be involved, giving back, being part, I guess, decision-making and setting the future, I guess, a little bit. But, yeah, I think community is kind of, who you hang out with, where you spend your time, where you spend your money, your efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kendall?
I'm curious, it says you've worked for and volunteered at various nonprofits and you were the outreach coordinator. Did that involve dealing with the committee level work at all?
It was very small. It was a grieving center. This is when I lived in Connecticut. So I started out as a volunteer there. I was a facilitator. And after doing that for a couple of years, the outreach position opened up and they asked me to take it. So yes, there was a board there. There was outreach. So I did, communication kind of things. We had events, always fundraising, that kind of thing. So.
Thank you.
I'll jump in. I was going to build off of what Kendall was saying. In your application, you talked about being an outreach coordinator. And it made me think about that. Something I've learned about having gone to the library is that we have a, what is it called? Library of things in addition to books. Have you explored all the offerings? I know you've gone to the lectures and speeches, but they also have you can rent snowshoes or check out snowshoes and things like that. Have you looked into this?
I've seen, and I think that's really cool, instruments at certain places.
Yeah.
Again, the biggest thing with this library is the space.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's constraints, so it's like it's always going to be limited. But it's funny, my husband and I, so again, we're new to Vermont. I wanted to go to every library in Vermont, so I downloaded all of them, and every time we hit a new town, check. So, you know, you do, everyone has a different flavor, which I love that. So yes, I mean, I think it's cool, but I mean, I'm very aware of the constraints there too, that you can't, you know, we can't have oboes and cellos to be checked out because there's no space for that. But yes, you know.
Do you have any questions for the board?
I get, it's more just kind of how that works, the board itself, but I guess it meets, is it monthly, quarterly? I don't even know, I mean, literally, I don't know anything.
Andy?
Since my wife's chair.
Yes.
Yes, they do meet monthly, but I think there's 2 months that are skipped. So it's 10 times a year. Mostly monthly, it's the third Wednesday of the month. There's a chair, a vice chair, a treasurer, secretary. Actually, I don't know if the treasurer and the secretary are separate or if they're the same. But and as I said, they set the policies for the library and hire the director. Their large responsibilities. They do fundraising during the
Yes.
throughout the
Been
year.
to the book sale
Yep,
and,
yep.
the Christmas thing.
There is a parallel organization called the Friends of the Essex Free Library. That's a separate 501c3. Some of the, I think all of the appointed trustees are also members of the board for that organization. Is that true? Maybe it's, I'm trying to remember. At least a portion of the trustees are members are members of the board for the other.
Right.
And so that's probably enough.
Meg, were you going to add something?
No, I was just gonna mention the
Great.
friends, and that they're kind of two separate.
Anything further from you? Ethan, sorry.
You did say you lived in the town, correct? Yeah. I was just looking at your application real quick, and I saw if you answered no, this town, city residence, and then you wrote Essex Junction.
Well, it says junction, the mailing address is the Junction, but we live in Essex.
Okay. You can change that. On all platforms now, you can use
I
Essex
was
Center.
wondering about that.
On all platforms.
Okay.
Even on online shopping, Essex Center is an option now.
Okay,
So you're Essex Center.
yeah,
So from a
okay.
Vermonter to a Vermonter, Essex Center.
Yes, yeah, I do not understand the split between the two towns, but we aren't going to go into that
Not
tonight.
tonight, but,
Yeah.
well, we really appreciate you stepping forward and volunteering. We will be making the appointments and different things this evening, and the
Okay.
staff will be in touch with you
Okay.
in due time.
All right,
So thank you so much.
okay, thank you for your consideration.
Have a great night.
Shannon offered that the town website is limited because the Essex Free Library has their own website. On their About Us page, they have information about the trustees, policies, their strategic plan. It'd be worth checking that out.
Okay, thank you.
Great. We'll move on to business item 6B, an interview with Dan Maguire for the Police Community, PCAB, Police Community Advisory Board.
She seems perfect.
Thank you.
So it's been 3 years since I was last in front of you. And so I'm going to thank you for your service. I don't know how you do it. It's a lot. So I finished my 3 years with the PCAB board. It's hard to find people to volunteer for this stuff, isn't it? And we need a quorum. And I have confidence in the board that I sit on. I love the chief. We have a great chief of police here. But we are independent of the chief in some regard. And there's some good people on the board. But if I go off and you can't fill my position, then we can't do anything because we won't have a quorum. 3 from the city, 3 from the town. I was committed to just finishing my 3 years. And they convinced me to stay on just a little while longer until I could be replaced. And I'm like, okay. They said, write it in an email. And I did. And then I thought, okay, we're good. And they said, no, you got to go in front of the select board again and do this. So I'd like to sit on until you replace me. And if you say no, I'll be upset. Okay?
Well, thank you, Dan.
Yeah,
I'll open to the board for some questions.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, if anyone has any questions. Ethan,
Ethan?
I just can't believe that it's been 3 years.
I know, crazy, right?
That's insane. I feel like it was last year.
We meet every single month. There's been a huge turnover in the board. It's hard to keep people. I understand it's volunteer. There's been some really good people and some people that just don't follow through, that will say they're going to do it. But right now, there's some good people on the board. Yeah, so I'm optimistic.
Appreciate your service.
Well, thank you,
Thanks.
and I appreciate yours. Hey, there's the chief. I was just giving you a big thumbs up.
Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Meg?
Yeah. Well, thank you for the time that you've served already.
You're welcome.
I'm curious, I kind of have two questions. What's maybe been the biggest challenge, and you've hinted at that, but if you have anything else to share of your time on the board. And then what's also on the flip side, maybe been the most rewarding part.
So the board, in my view, was created because of situations that had occurred, like George Floyd, right? And I look at the board as to be there for our marginalized citizens, people who are of color in particular. And I remember when I applied, I said, don't pick me. You don't need another white guy to sit on this board, especially an attorney. But you did, because there wasn't a lot of interest. So maybe you can replace me with someone of color, someone who's disenfranchised. A lot of the board's mission is to get the word out and to try to understand what the people in the community want in particular. So there was a survey done, and we're trying to gauge like who's out there. And we do have people of color here, but there's not a lot of them. And a lot of them don't want to be. They don't want to come forward. And so we're spending some time trying to teach the community that we're here. I did not think I was going to be speaking for the board like this either. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel some responsibility, but it's just my opinion.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to get the word out still, and it's a work in progress. There was a situation, though, it was almost like you don't even really need the board until something happens. There was an ice raid in South Burlington about 3 months ago, and we had some members of our community show up after that and said, what would the Essex police do in that scenario versus what happened with South Burlington police? And I thought the chief handled it really well and spoke well and had an answer, and it made sense, and the board was supportive of that. So anyway, so yeah, there could be a situation where all of a sudden the board is thrust into, and I think there are some people on the board now that have some good skills. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. He's over here. Okay.
No, we just,
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
just real quick, you had mentioned, I see these opportunities speaking to members who are reapplying and new members to learn about the boards, and I'd be curious, you said it's hard to keep people on the boards. Is there anything that we or the community could be doing to encourage participation?
Probably for me to try to tell you how to do that, you know, but let me think about that, honestly. Everybody's just running around in their own lives in silos, you know, and the world is so different. Our community or our country has changed tremendously in the last 3 years alone, right? From the origin of the PCAB committee to where we sit now, the issues of like diversity, equity, and inclusion are being challenged all in many other places. And Vermont is a bit of an outlier, quite honestly. A bastion of hope, I would say, honestly, from my own personal perspective. But I think people are afraid to stand up and say how they feel, or what they're afraid of or not. And I'm encouraged by the amount of people that are sitting here tonight who are not here evidently to complain, because you already had the complaining time offered, right? Like, the public to be heard. And so I don't really know why they're here, but I'm encouraged to see that there's so many people here. But again, everything's sort of a work in progress, and maybe people lead by example. You're volunteering, right? You don't get paid to do this, right? So, a little bit, right. Right, okay, well, I mean, it's a stipend, it's a recognition, but anyway, thank you for your service, and, yeah,
Do you have any questions for the board?
I do not.
Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for your service. And
You're
as
welcome.
you heard me say before, we'll be making appointments and our staff will be in touch with you
I
shortly.
appreciate that, thank you.
Move on to Lorraine Zaloom, a volunteer for the Housing Commission. I believe she's online.
I am. Hi, how are you, Chair?
I'm great. How are you, Lorraine?
Good. 74 Center Road, Lorraine Zaloom. I'm sorry that my camera's off. I'm not sure why, but anyway, here to interview.
Perfect. Can you just jump in and tell us about yourself and why you want to serve on this board?
I grew up in Essex Junction, in the big city, and lived in New Jersey outside of Manhattan for about 25, 30 years. Came back home to be closer to my siblings as my parents age. And I see a great need in the community. I'm concerned about so many young people leaving. I'm concerned about our elderly not having places to downsize to, and I'm really concerned about our economic resiliency in terms of housing, because I see that as one of the key legs of our economic stool. So I'm really hoping to lean into this and help build our economic resiliency.
Thank you so much. I'll turn it to the board for questions for Lorraine. Meg.
Hi, Lorraine. Thank you for applying for this seat. You touched on it a little bit, but do you have anything that you're, specifically kind of looking forward to, a goal, an action item, anything like that?
I don't know. Hi, Meg, first of all. And thank you for your service, too. And if I misspeak, please forgive me. I get nervous when I get publicly speak. But one of my goals is affordability, really. And I love Vermont and I love Essex. And I really want to see our young people especially thrive. I think like Ethan, sorry to call you out, Ethan, but is kind of a prime example of someone who is able to move here and build a business and grow a business and raise a family. And I want to see more home ownership. And one of the things, certainly digging through, I think our town plan, which is the democratically approved plan by the residents, I think is my North Star. I think there's some fantastic policies in there. And one of the things that keeps coming up is affordability as a prime concern. And I'm here to serve. So one of my goals is to figure out how to make buying a home here more affordable.
Great, thank you.
Further questions? Ethan.
Hi, Lorraine. It's Ethan.
Hi, Ethan.
Thank you. I just got a quick question for you. So, some of the concerns, questions, comments I've received in the past is that there's a lot of great ideas that have been bouncing around, but it's hard to hone in on those and put them to paper. Can you just tell me a little bit about how you might be able to help with that?
Wait, spot on, first of all. I think one of the things that Tracy put in place that I loved in terms of us proactively growing, and some of the key things that we do is just that you guys are meeting with the commissions, the committees once a month to hear things. Also that I believe Georgia is now attending some of the housing meetings, because I think one of the things really that's a problem is the siloing. So when I do more kind of overlap of our work to get things to actually move. I was thrilled to also meet a woman who actually happens to live in Essex, who works at the Vermont Housing Finance Agency, and she was mentioning that she has a number of developers that she has kind of on tap. So I'm kind of hoping that we can develop relationships with other developers, because I just see that there's, having gone to a number of the meetings here, I often see the same faces. I would like to develop new relationships with other developers. I want to look at our housing stock in terms of abandoned homes and warehouses that might be sitting empty, to see how we can help transform some of those and work with our zoning that's going on right now. So I think it's really important to work with the Planning Commission, so we can do these things hand in hand. And the other key component to me too is transportation, in terms of the areas that we want to build, because to meet our energy goals and certainly to meet our town plan requirements, I think that's another part that goes hand in hand that I all too often don't see. And as you guys know with the bus, we don't see that kind of coordination happening. So I'm really hoping to dive into that a little bit more. I think the other piece that I'm hoping will happen is the president actually has a bill on his desk that I'm hoping that he'll sign. It's Housing for the 21st Century Act. And it addresses supply and zoning and manufactured housing. I don't know if people know my background, but I went to UVM, and I went to UVM for engineering. I work in the plumbing industry, so I work around a lot of contractors. Certainly my hope is, and seeing a lot of the new engineering things that are coming out, that we look toward some more like manufactured housing, things that can that are more efficient and would drive down costs. Also thrilled to see in the bill that there's some investor restrictions for the private equity firms that are overly invested in our state. As I looked at the percentage of the investment, it's, in my view, way too high. And also want to see if we can hone our skills on some granting as well. In my previous life, I worked at a cultural arts center, and I was the community development director, basically, and we had to work on grants. And I personally would like to see more revenue coming in to support these kind of programs. I don't know if that helps at all, but I'm ambitious, Ethan.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
Candle's good. Andy?
Hi, Lorraine. I'm going to ask you the question I've been asking everybody lately is, what does the word community mean to you?
Yeah, you changed it up, because I thought you normally say, what does civic duty mean to you, or something like that. Andy changed it.
It's a new year, yeah.
Community to me, it means a lot. I think community means connection and engagement, and getting out there and trying to meet the people you wouldn't normally meet. It means to me, I always think of lifting, where they say lift all boats. I think also many hands make short work, and I think volunteerism, and I take my civic duty seriously. I'm a nerdy patriot. I believe in democracy, and of the people, for the people, and by the people, and this is one of the methods to do that. And that's how you build community. I also hope, really in the future, one of my goals is to create an arts council here to do just that, to build more community, because I think the stronger we bond with each other and the more we understand about each other, the better the outcomes for our problem solving. So really, that's connection is community, in my view.
Thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
Lorraine, I'll jump in. I think I know the answer to this, and I know you're very involved with coming to these meetings, but have you had the chance to go to any of the past Housing Commission meetings?
I have not attended in a while, unfortunately, and I really should go online and watch. I wanted to watch the last couple ones. I did not. I did watch them before this year. I guess one of my concerns is scheduling. I work full-time during the day. So that was going to be one of my questions for the board, was staff support, and if there's a willingness to have someone on the board that can only attend at night.
Well, it's going to transition nicely to my next question about, do you have any questions for us? I'll jump in real quick. One of the members on the committee or commission asked me recently what the process is for changing their meeting time, because I know that they've had issues with, finding the best time to meet, and it's something that the commission or entity plans itself. So in their reorganization meeting, they have the opportunity, or any time really, they wanted to find a new meeting time, that they could do so. So if you are appointed, that's something I'd recommend you bring up the first meeting you attend.
Okay, will do. And I have attended in the past, but I kind of stopped attending because it felt like it had fallen apart a bit. So, and I, as you know, attend a lot of meetings, so that one fell off my radar screen.
Well, I really appreciate how involved you are in the town. Do you have any other questions for us?
No, I just want to understand the nature of the relationship between the board and the staff, and if I understand it right, that we're the lead and the staff is the support.
Greg, do you want to jump in there?
Basically, yes, Lorraine, the staff is there to, as a staff representative, to support the Housing Commission. It varies a little bit depending on the relationship and the board members and what works for staff and for the commission. But ideally, it's working together to accomplish the goals of the Housing Commission.
Okay, sounds good. Much appreciated.
Great. Well, I'm on broken record tonight. We'll be making this decision. We'll be letting you know in the coming days as to the appointments that the board makes. But I do really appreciate you applying. Thank you so much.
Great, and thank you all for your work. Thank you.
And that'll bring us to our fourth interview of the night with Cheryl Van Epps. Please come forth. While she comes, I'll just note that she's applying to 2 boards and commissions, one the Conservation and Trails Committee as well as the Housing Commission. And we're not going to make you do 2 interviews, so we'll just do it all right here. But please, Cheryl, please introduce yourself, tell us where you live, and why you're applying to these 2 entities.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Van Epps, 8 Rustic Drive. I've been here attending select board meetings. To tell you a little bit about myself, I come from a background, I'm the second of 6 kids, so the oldest daughter, so I did a lot of babysitting. I was mom's #1 helper, so I learned a lot of responsibility in my early life. As I chose area of interest, science. I was in microbiology. I've got my master's there. I also studied for a PhD, but that didn't work out for me. My ex did well with his MD PhD, and we eventually ended up here. I'm from the Midwest, but when we arrived here, my son was 4, and we got him into hockey, so that was my love when I was in college. Both playing and I loved teaching. It was like something natural to me. The teachers assigned me to sit with the kids who were struggling through their studies, so that was me. That I just did that. So I was looking for opportunities to get back into work, and my marriage. I'm no longer married. Where I'm going with this is, I was looking for things for me to do and to recover a career and all. I started out working at the Howard Center. I was helping community access for somebody with IDD, other disabilities, and I had an unfortunate head injury myself. I lost that job because I was medically restricted from driving. They botched up the repair surgery, so I do struggle from nerve pain. I'm managing it, but I also suffer mental health issues in addition to it, so trying to get back into, I tried to become a high school biology teacher. That did not work out for me. It was too soon after the accident. I've recovered since then, but I'm still, it's a dynamic thing. It's a work in progress, so to say. So I'm still finding out my limitations and my strengths, and here I am. And I just want to say that I have experiences. I push myself. What do I say? I go to my ultimate, point where my body tells me stop. So I push myself. I've been an athlete. I weightlifted, so I'm that type of a person. I have skills, I do things, like the PTO had a grant from the NFL, and I stepped up and I asked if I would give them a hand with it, organizing 2 events, and it was like within a few months of each other. So actually it was third because the elementary school event was hosted by, I think it was Lenora Dodge, and I helped her out with that. And then my two were the Get Moving night. It was for the cafeteria lady got an NFL Play 60 grant. And so it covered all of the budget, and what I was given was whatever I had in my pocket. That was our budget. So I organized the Get Moving night and the family dance night on my own, and she covered the remainder of it. So I have organization background. I've also been on the Brain Injury Advisory Board for the state, and we put together a state plan, and I took part in that, and a needs assessment for brain injury patients. So I have a little experience with that too. So I'm hoping these lived experiences can help me in both the Housing Commission and also just being outside. I mowed today, and I've got some boo-boos. I'm an outdoorsy person. I always have been. And the Conservation and Trails Committee, I just feel like I'm at home there. And I come with data. I come with maps. When they're looking at a particular area, I want to help facilitate conversations so they've got data, they make informed decisions. And I think that's one of my strengths. I love to supplement, to add to conversations so that it's a more robust discussion. So that's why I'm here. I love this town. I want to stay here. My son is going to grow up and inherit the house, and we're planning long term here.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you already being so involved and also applying for both of these positions. I'll turn it to the board for questions for Cheryl. Meg.
Thank you for your interest in both of these. I know you're pretty involved. I guess just if kind of trying to understand if you have a preference for one board or the other, and potentially what you're most looking forward to doing, or what you're hoping to accomplish, your maybe a goal of potentially each board.
I have a preference to take on both. The Housing Commission, because I feel there's an urgency right now that because of the economic situation, people are in line for food. Food and housing security is like a #1 priority. When I suffered my injury, I was in a place I could have lost my house, I could have lost the custody of my son, I could have lost a lot of things. So it is ingrained in me to see that we all are taken care of, that we all have safety, well-being, health, and that's one of the phrases that comes up again and again in our town plan and in our regulations. As far as the Conservation and Trails Committee, I am exploring new things like Phragmites. It's an invasive plant. How to eliminate it. I've signed up for that. I'm jumping in, doing things. I've cleaned some culverts. I'm there. I'm already there practically. So I'm volunteering in whatever capacity I can when they ask the public to.
Great.
So I think I can contribute. It's on the ground and touching, feeling, doing. That part is really important. It's one thing to look at a map or look at, read a textbook, but it's another thing when you come in with lived experience. You did that.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the board? Kendall?
I would just note that her application certainly the most comprehensive and well thought out that I have ever seen, and answered any question I could have thought of. Good job.
Ditto.
Andy?
So Cheryl, what does the word community mean to you?
Community means what I lost. When you lose something, you grasp the meaning so much more thoroughly. I was isolated because of my head injury symptoms. The world was revolving and I wasn't participating at all. I was sleeping my days away. To me, it means a social network. It means a safety network. It means people checking in on you. It means freedom. It means living free from pain, free from economic issues, stress. Community means togetherness. We support each other. Advocating for each other. So that's community, mutual aid, all of that. What can we do to make it so everybody thrives?
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thank you.
I wanted to just build off what Kendall said. I really appreciate how much time you put into the applications, and I feel like I've gotten to know you much over the years, but reading through them, I appreciate the time you did. I also appreciate that you've been one of the new class of trail caretakers. Do you have anything to add from that experience? How is the program going in your opinion?
I would love that the trail caregivers get together in like a subcommittee and discuss amongst ourselves what we see at our own trails, because we're kind of assigned a trail or two. So there are different things occurring at other places, like invasives, for instance, or maybe a disease. That would be great. I'm thinking we should do something like a speaker series where we get experts to come in and give a webinar, maybe to the public. We could even record it. I attended Harlan Smith's forestry program discussion where he told us about that. That should have been recorded. People would have been able to tune in, because it's like somebody said, everybody's so busy, short on time. So it's really important, I think, that we record these things.
Well, thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I do. Just two. The committee, the Conservation and Trails Committee, I'm wondering why isn't it a commission? And what would be the benefits or pros or cons against it changing?
Greg?
Cheryl, yeah, there's, from our research, there's no real difference between a committee and a commission in Vermont. There's a Conservation Commission, which is defined in statute, that's similar to the Conservation and Trails Committee, but excuse me, apart from what's prescribed in statute, there's no real difference between a commission and a committee.
Oh, okay.
I'll just build on that. I know that they have come forth and asked us to consider making them an official commission, which has been working on by the board for a couple of years now. I also know that the history of the Conservation and Trails Committee is that it was once the Conservation Committee and the Trails Committee, and then they blended them, making it, I think they just stuck with committee because it was the synonymous word between the two.
I did some research and I saw that there was an open space committee too, and
okay.
a commission, and it Chuck Weil was on it. It was back in the 80s, I believe.
Thank you. That's I always learn things from you. I appreciate that. And you said there was a second question?
Yeah, the Housing Commission, if we come up with I know they're going to use some seed money towards hiring a consultant and maybe conducting a pilot study of some sort, or some kind of pilot program. How could we look to you to help us facilitate that? A pilot study or?
Board members? Andy, I see that hand slowly going up.
Yeah. So the select board did set aside some funds for this. I think next steps could be either the Housing Commission could come back to the select board to discuss ideas, or you could come to us with a proposal, or I think, as you said, the intent was to hire, is the intent to hire a consultant to help with it? Yeah, go ahead, Karen.
If you
probably
don't
know
mind.
much more than I do.
Well, I don't know that I know much more. Cheryl, in item 7F is a fund balance assignment update, which is what I know about the project, which is at their last meeting, the Housing Commission voted for the goals of what that program, that fund is to be. And I think they're going to start building what a consultant would do for them around those goals. Off the top, I think it was around accessory dwelling units and being able to keep folks in place as they age. There's one other, I can't recall off the top of my head, but that's as much as I know, is they're trying to shape the direction of the fund before they try to bring someone on board to help implement something.
Great, thank you.
Anything further?
No, just thank you so much for your service. I can't imagine how much homework you guys bring home with you.
Well, thank you so much. As I've said before tonight, we'll be making the decisions and the staff will be informing you in the days to come. So thank you so much. And that'll take us to our next item of business. 6E, compliance hearing and potential action to update conditions related to the April 6, 2026 Select Board Animal Control Order. I will turn it to the staff for the brief synopsis and then we can jump into it.
Can I, do you mind? Please. Yeah. So hi, I'm Karen Adams. I'm the deputy manager. Greg had asked me to provide a brief overview in the packet, which includes a copy of the conditions that were placed on the animal Lola, who lives on Brigham Hill Road and owned by Miss Campbell, on April 6th. Those included a number of things, also a consultation. So the main piece that we've been waiting for before we can come back and sort of finalize where you would like things to stand with the animal. That report was submitted to us. It's in the packet as well. In meeting with the folks who put that together, we understood a little bit better what potential exists for rehabilitation and making sure the public safety components are considered as well. So there's draft recommendations in your packet. I won't go through reading them. Certainly happy to explore any areas of concern or question. I did invite Emily to be here tonight. She's online.
Yep.
She's the trainer who has worked with the family. We've also invited the family to speak. I've also invited animal control and police. So hopefully you have everyone at your disposal for any questions you might have. Anything else I can add?
I think that's a great way to start.
Great.
I'll turn it to the board and we can, as needed, pull members from the resources up to help out with answering it. I first off want to thank Emily for the time and effort she's put into this. I appreciated that thorough report and helping us through this process. Maybe we'll start with Emily if we don't have any other requests from the board, but Emily, I'd actually just hear from you. We've all seen your packet information, but if you just want to talk about the assessment and anything you want to add.
Sure. I'm happy to speak. You can put me on camera if you want to. That's just up to you. I don't have a preference.
Actually, the video is disabled because of the issues we faced in the past. So we get to hear your voice, but we are not going to be able to see you live.
Okay. Okay, not a problem. Unfortunately, I had to rush home after work and couldn't make it in person, but I appreciate being on the call with you all. And I appreciate the diligence that the town and the board have shown to this situation. Obviously, you've all read my report. I went into this really trying to look at Lola as an individual and not looking at the history with the other dog in the home. And I found that Lola was actually a pretty lovely dog overall. She was crated when I arrived and barked, which most dogs would if they were crated and couldn't see who was coming into the house. I spoke with the family about her history at length to get an understanding of sort of the dynamic for this dog and for the people living with her. And then I had them let her out of the crate. I'm sorry, my own dogs are barking right now. I let her out of the crate and she came right up to me with a loose body, wagging tail, leaned into me for attention, took treats gently. I could pet her all over. There was no red flags in her body language or behavior to indicate that she was going to aggress at any point during our consultation. I walked her outside. I observed her with the other dog, the little beagle, and the cat that live in the home. I observed her interactions with Caleb, who is her owner, and June, who is currently the person who is licensed Lola with the town. And again, saw nothing that was of red flag to me. I observed the tether stations that had been set up for her both on the front porch and off into the backyard. I checked out the fencing. And then after our consultation, I called the doggy daycare where Lola regularly attends, as well as her veterinarian, and got nothing but positive reports about her behavior from both locations. She's able to be examined and get her necessary annual care without sedation or muzzling. She's never had any notes about her behavior in her vet records. Same goes for her interactions with staff and other dogs at the daycare. So based on my observations of her behavior history, which does include everything that was submitted at the hearing in April, as well as the history I gathered from those establishments. I think that Lola is a dog that can be safely kept in her home. Once they received the order to tether her from animal control, the family complied with that, and there has not been an incident that has been reported with her behavior since they have made that change to their environment. And I think that the stipulations that are currently placed on her are pretty harsh and go above and beyond the behavior concerns that she has exhibited and the things that I saw in my evaluation and assessment. So I did provide some recommendations in regard to equipment that they can use for tethering and for walking her, her ability to leave the property and continue to go to daycare, and to just, have a higher quality of life than those stipulations that were laid out at the original hearing would give her.
Thank you, Emily. Ethan?
Hi, Emily. It's Ethan. Just question for you professionally. Reading over this as somebody that's not a dog professional, it appears that the muzzle is not needed.
I don't believe a muzzle is necessary, especially within the home. She's lived in their home for 4 years, and Caleb has friends and family, including his girlfriend, over routinely. She's always done well with guests to the home. I think putting her behind a barrier and having her muzzled when known people come to the house is unnecessary. I personally don't think she necessarily needs a muzzle going outside for walks, but I can see that in order for the community to feel good, basket muzzles on walks within the neighborhood on leash would be something that she could be trained to do, and I think would be more reasonable than muzzling within the home.
Okay, yeah, because I'm leaning towards the vet has never had any problem, transportation in and out of the vet office. There would have been some sort of incident that would have already happened by now. So, is that a firm yes, that the dog does not need to be not muzzled from your evaluation?
Yeah, in my professional opinion, she's not a dog that requires muzzling. Again, I do want to be very aware of community safety and feelings within the community as well when I make these recommendations. So I understand that there may be folks who are interested in her being muzzled, like out on walks and things. And that is something that I think would be reasonable to do, but not necessary in my professional opinion.
Thank you.
Kendall?
I just want to add to that, that was my only notice, that in the order that we have proposed change, that was one thing that I would suggest that we change. That it's just a basket muzzle required on walks, but not,
Remove it, yeah.
that was my comment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands or comments from the board, I think it'd be an opportunity to bring forth the owners, if you wanted to talk about the dog situation. I see Miss Campbell, if you could come forth,
Go up, yep.
please.
I have, well, we're putting up a fence. It's a pretty big fence for her to run around in, but I'll tell you, that's a requirement that costs a lot of money. And it could be out of reach for some people if it's not necessary. It is for me, but I'm doing it anyway. She hasn't done much. She's on her chain all day, you know. We don't take her for walks because of, the situation. We don't want her jumping at somebody if she does that. What else? I'm trying to think of the items that were on that list. We've done all the signage to make sure people know there's a dog on premises that they need to stay away from. And we have a place for them to put packages. And it has worked out pretty good, that part. Some young people just don't get it, though, when they come to the house to deliver something simple, they just don't get it. And I don't know how to make it better, but most people understand it. Yeah.
Ethan?
Did you get a chance to read the proposed changes in your conditions that it was in the packet?
I didn't get a packet.
Or no?
I don't know. I'd have to check with Kate.
It was publicly online, I'm not sure. It was
I
correctly sent.
understand that. I just don't know if she's aware of what we're trying to change.
No.
If we could go over it with her really quick, that would be a good idea.
On the screen.
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Can we go to the red, to the last?
The track change
The
version?
track change
Sure.
version, the 625.
Well, I'm getting that.
Can you tell me a little bit more about your fence? Is it gonna?
It's a wood fence. It's
Wood
been
fence.
put in with cement. Should be pretty sturdy. And I don't think she can get out of that. I mean, it's 6 feet high. One of the fences we have to put off, it's 5 feet tall. But I gotta wait till more money comes in to finish that section. But all the other sections are done. And that never bothered her before, that part. It wasn't something that she was concerned about, It's just the back where people go back and forth. That's where it bothers her. And we've got that all so that she can't see out there. Yeah.
Okay. So 5-foot fence, you said?
6.
6. Everything's gonna be 6.
I haven't had the money to do the other part.
I know
Okay.
that. I hear that.
Yeah.
But
I
everything
can't-
that you're putting in is 6.
6.
Okay. I just,
Three
it's one of the, it's
sets.
the second item in here is that it's mandatory 6 foot, so I just want to make sure that
Oh,
we're,
it is,
if
okay.
you put in some 5-foot fence, we could ask Emily if the dog can jump 6 feet. You know, but 6 foot fence.
I don't think so, but that would be hard for
Does somebody
her.
else want to go over? You want me to just briefly tell her the changes?
I'm
As we
happy
go
to
down?
review them, Ethan, if you'd like me to, just they came
Yeah.
from staff, so I have some
Yep.
thought behind how we ended up here. So this first one is about the supervision. So right now, the current order suggests she needs to be leashed at all times and supervised. We left that in place to give them the option of continuing to do that. There's another option that's recommended in Emily's report around a specific harness that's sort of called escape proof. She could probably speak much more to that. And she talked about a backup clip procedure to make sure there's like 2 means if they slip one of them. Another option is to create an enclosure. It sounds like June is considering that, to create that visual barrier where she can sort of be let free to run around. So to be understanding that folks don't have the money for a fence right now, perhaps, there's some options for the owner to comply at their own pace when financial resources become available, or stick with what has been working so far. So that's the first item.
Does that sound good?
At some point, I would like to be able to take her off her leash if she's in the back enclosed area.
I think in here it's written as soon as the fence is done, you'll.
Oh, does it? I couldn't see it.
So that'll be the 2 things, is once the fence is done, she'll be allowed in this is the number 2 there. She'll be allowed in the
Okay.
fenced in area as long as the
Alright.
fence is compliant with the 6 foot and the visual barrier.
Yeah,
And
okay.
then, you know, the dig proof, which is having the fence down to the ground.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if we're gonna keep that word in there. We need to define what that means, because there would have to be something below the fence. So if we're not needing a dig proof fence.
Well, I think, at least from what I recall, when Emma was speaking with us last time, or maybe it was animal control, about dig proof can be sunk, or it can also be on the other side, an angled thing that they can't necessarily come out under type situation. So that's why it's, correct me if I'm incorrect, but that's why it's in quotes, because it's specific.
Yeah.
It's a specific
Yeah.
thing? Okay. Okay. But, and then, so right now you'll be allowed to tie her on the runner, and that's the way it's been, or the leash, the tether, sorry.
Yeah.
They use tether.
right now.
Right now, so that'll still allow you to do that right now, and then once the fence is built, you'll be able to let her out.
Okay, all right.
Just continuing to move on unless, so this is something Emily had spoken to, that there are often folks who are not a resident of the home there, where that has not been an issue for Lola. And so the wording on this was recommended to change slightly to really speak to strangers or folks unfamiliar with the property. That's something that I agreed with Emily was reasonable. It's up for you. Continuing down, there's a big section taken out because this report has been completed. It references the report and talks about the training goals that Emily has identified, which does include muzzling. And she talks about it being an estimated 2-month training plan. So I offered 90 days. The board can consider a different timeline. That seemed reasonable, but also within the near future.
Can I ask you a question?
You can jump in, yes.
June, is that gonna be reasonable for you to come up with the $1,000 for the training in 90 days?
Well, it's another
Or I
expense.
guess you have to only pay for part of
I
it,
don't
the
really
first month. She could, I read in there, she could do
She said
monthly.
she could do that.
half an
The only thing is she has just daytime. Caleb has a daytime job, so we might have to get another person. Because if she can't do it, she's raising her hand. I don't know what she's saying, but
Here, hold on 1 sec.
Let's
So,
on the floor real quick.
yeah, thank you. I did give Caleb other training recommendations, people that I would trust to basket muzzle train a dog, who may have more flexibility in their availability. Caleb and I do have an appointment scheduled for tomorrow, but if they would like to pursue either someone with more availability or who sees fees may be less cost prohibitive, I welcome them to do that with the trainers that I've recommended.
Ethan.
Emily, real quick, this is assumption, so not assumption, this is speculation, so just I'm looking for information here. But if the select board was to allow the dog to remain without the muzzle training, would there be significant cost savings, and would that change the training schedule?
Yeah, I think that the basket muzzle training is something that is labor intensive and is, you know, expensive in doing that with a professional. Certainly, there are online courses available and, you know, training manuals for doing that kind of thing independently, which may also help with cost. I think for me, the big thing for Lola is that she actually has some decent commands that she is able to do for Caleb. And so just adding some additional obedience skills and, you know, plus or minus the basket muzzle, I think is reasonable as far as like things for them to do. I do think that frankly, I am on the higher end of cost because of my credentialing and the fact that I mostly work with significant aggression. And there are trainers who have worked underneath me in the past that may be less cost prohibitive and could still do the same things for the family in regard to obedience and muzzle training. But yes, taking the muzzle requirement off the table would save them on cost.
Awesome. And then just last question for you from me for the moment. When you shared with us at the beginning of the different bite scales, can you tell me, is there an aggressiveness scale that you use after assessing a dog, and where would you put Lola on that scale?
There isn't like a formalized aggression scale. A lot of the behaviors that Lola has exhibited are what I would consider territorial and or defensive in nature because she has not caused injury to a person. She's very menacing versus what I would say is offensive aggression. So offensive aggression is when a dog is going to be very forward. They're intent on doing harm to the animal or person in front of them. And, you know, those dogs would be, if I was to make a scale, offensive aggression would be at the far end. And then, you know, some defensive aggression would be at the other end. And I think Lola has displayed defensive aggression, and she has also displayed some territorial behaviors. The leash reactivity that she's exhibited in the community, you know, I didn't witness that behavior, but certainly that is often a defensive behavior. It looks very scary, it's very loud, and it's meant to create space versus meant to impart harm. So I would say that Lola is closer to the defensive end of the spectrum than the offensive end of the spectrum, if that answers your question.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Emily, if I could just build on that real quick. How do you define aggressiveness when we know there's already been an attack on another dog? And how does that factor into that definition you just gave?
Well, to be clear, she certainly bit another dog and she did cause a minor injury. But an attack on another dog, if we're going to use the word attack, would generally include multiple bites, inability to get away, grabbing and holding on, deep puncture wounds. So yes, she injured another dog. Yes, her behavior was very menacing. Yes, that was probably very scary for the community member who experienced that. But it would be considered an aggressive incident, but I wouldn't necessarily consider it an attack. I don't know that language is the verbiage I would use. Certainly she has a long history of being very dog social off of her property. When she goes to doggy daycare, she's been doing that for years. So that's what made me say that I think her behavior is probably pretty territorial. And this happened at the driveway of the neighbor that goes through their property. So that's why I said it was probably territorial. So I wouldn't label her as being dog aggressive, but I would certainly label her as being a territorial dog with reactive and assertive behaviors. So could she bite another dog? Absolutely. I live with a dog that could bite another dog. But would I label her as being dog aggressive? In like the definition of those words, I wouldn't.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kendall, was that a hand? Nope, okay.
I do.
Meg?
Not necessarily a comment for Emily, though I appreciate your input. Just on this, I'm cognizant of there being, financial potentially considerations, but I do think it's worthwhile for us to keep this in here. It outlines that it's with one of the certified providers referenced, and so it's up to you guys to be able to decide what makes sense for you. But I think it's an important step. Thinking about this from the public's perception, right? Especially maybe as it gets to this next thing about muzzle training. So we now all understand that about Lola and the difference between her being aggressive versus, potentially biting another dog versus attacking another dog. But for someone who doesn't know Lola and is not familiar with this situation, there are a lot of people who are afraid of dogs, and especially, children who may or may not live in the area. And so to me, I think this is a reasonable thing. We're giving options for them to be able to take advantage of different people that Emily's recommended. And it sounds like it would be beneficial for the homeowners and also for Lola to potentially also be able to, advance beyond what were all of these stipulations to have kind of a better life outcome and things like that. So just my 2 cents to add to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Ethan?
Can I ask you a question about that then?
Sure.
If that's the way to look at it moving forward, are we gonna put a muzzle ordinance on every single dog that barks and growls at somebody when they're walking by their property?
Not necessarily, but I think that, and we can talk about the flow chart later on. I mean, this animal does have a history of biting another animal, correct? So, it's
On its
not
property though, right? Not on the
Yeah,
property.
it is on the property,
on your
but it's a right of way to them.
Well, I understand it's a right of way, but
Yeah.
it's still within the confinements of the boundary. So, I mean, I don't know how we want to go through this, but I think it's pretty clear that the muzzle doesn't need to be in there, which makes the training package and plan, end quote, void. So I don't know if we want to take consensus before we continue to go, but it quotes the training package and plan, which is provided, which includes muzzle training. So that would have to be removed if we took out the muzzle language.
Correct. And I wanted to have first the homeowner come.
Understand,
I know
right.
you wanted to explain everything we're talking about, which I think was very considerate. Then I wanted to open to public comment, and then I thought we would have the opportunity as a board to go through our recommendations before we voted on it.
Perfect.
So
Sounds
maybe
good.
we're at this point, and let's put a pin in this. I don't want to forget this, but
Yeah.
let's make sure we have the opportunity to go with June through the
Rest
ones
of
we're proposing, and then we'll open up for public comment, and then we'll talk as a board about the recommendations. So with that, let's go back to Karen for the next bullet point.
Sure. So not to belabor the point, I did talk with Emily about this. She expressed the same concern. In speaking with staff, we had also heard that there were neighbors who changed their behavior and were concerned that that is part of the result of success, sort of from the animal control order. And so we did feel that requiring the muzzle off the property ensures that that's not a concern. So that's why it's in there. Next, oh, sorry.
Yep, number 5.
Yep, and so again, speaking to being off the property, this is sort of just some catch-all language about the person physically in her, where she is in their control, being physically capable of handling a dog of her size. Continuing, there's other recommendations in the report.
Karen, is it possible to have it back? Oh, you moved it over there.
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Oh, it's over there.
Your screen sharing was, it said your screen sharing was paused.
Double click it. There you go.
There we go.
Nice.
No, that's fine. I learn something new every day. Did you want me to move
Yes,
to
please.
6? Okay.
Unless there's the board. Great. Karen.
So this one is just taking note of the other recommendations in Emily's report. So by example, if you're going to continue to take her on walks, there was a recommendation to purchase a spray shield, which is just an added device for security. And then there was some discussion about ownership being transferred to Caleb, which we understand is the sort of meaningful owner of the animal. So we wanted to have a nod to those in the event that they were considering that, just an acknowledgement, we would support that. And as well, they need to be pursuing the other things in the report. Continuing down. This is some language about sort of getting at the vulnerable persons piece, and this is a little bit less direct than I would like, but I struggled when we were wordsmithing to come up with something more specific. Essentially trying to avoid interactions between this animal and vulnerable people. So dog parks, playgrounds, other public locations where reasonable folks would expect to encounter children or other folks, it's not appropriate for this animal to be present. That's what that's speaking to. Number 8 is a requirement to attend a pet owner education course. There's an example there. From research online, it seems like these are sort of widely available at quite affordable prices. It just sort of goes through things about animal care, about how to do discipline with your animal, all sorts of things that are great for us to ensure an owner has knowledge of. Continuing to number 9, this is just related to the signage and the delivery box that June had referenced earlier, just making sure it's clear those remain in effect. And then the 2 at the bottom did not change. This is just about whether, if the animal was to relocate or basically a statement in there about non-compliance. That's what I have.
Thank you, Karen. And thank you and the staff for the work you put into this.
How long is this for? Do you think is it for another year? Do I come back in 6 months? How does that work?
I'll turn to staff after I answer, but my understanding is we put these stipulations in place for the life of the dog.
The life of the dog.
Karen, was that correct in reading that as such?
Right, so it's intended to be the final order. I don't think there's anything that would stop you from coming back and requesting a change to this, similar to how we are here. But this would be intended to stand unless or until it's changed by the board.
Okay, all right.
Do you have any other comments you want to share with the board before we move on to public comment?
I just want to share that it's a lot for a person to take on. I mean, I know it was a bad time in my life when that happened, and it just hasn't gotten much better since then. But with the dog, it's fine. It's just things that have happened since. And it's a lot. I don't know what you can do to make it any better. It depends on what the dog does, I guess. You can't count every dog as a dog that's going to be mean and vicious. You can't do that. It's not. I mean, some of them can be for sure, but they just have different personalities. Yeah. And I guess I should think about that a little more. They do have different personalities. But thank you, and I know people are, and I'll just look. I'll get the copy, right? Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you for being here, and
Yeah.
thank you, Caleb, for coming as well.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being a part of this. At this time, I want to make sure there's an opportunity for the public to, have their piece. So if there's members in the room that would like to come up and speak or online, I'll start with the room, and I see your hand. you could just introduce yourself, so you live, and the floor is yours.
So I am Ellen Fleming. I live at 169 Brigham Hill Road.
And I'm Robert Fleming, live at the same address.
I want to say first, I know this has been a lot of effort that you've had to make, and I really appreciate it, everything you've done so far. I want to just say a few things to the board, hit a couple points. One is about the fence. I think our biggest wish and hope is that the fence would be complete, that it would be a privacy fence, which is already what they're putting in. It's like a solid barrier, so Lola can't see us or anybody else, behind in our driveway. I think based on everything we've seen and everything Emily has said, we all recognize that probably her main trigger is seeing people on her property. And so I think the fence is the best solution for that, and in some ways the only solution for that. I personally, I don't feel comfortable. I know the tether solution is a good one for a short term, but I think in the long term, I do not think we should be allowing that as an option. Tethers can break, harnesses get loose. One of the times she went after me, she was trailing a tether. I am not going to feel comfortable in my driveway if I see her like pulling at a tether and, and barking at us. I think the privacy fence, maybe we could put a timeline on that. I understand there's a financial component to it. Maybe we could include, I don't know, 6 months or something for that to be completed. And then at that time, maybe the tether part could be taken away. I know it's not up to us, but that would be my preference. I also, something to think about, I'm not sure how you would determine what is an able-bodied adult. Maybe that language needs to be a little bit more specific. You had said someone who could control her, maybe it should be that, something like that. Because I know if we remember in April, one of the sworn testimonies from the neighbors was that June had fallen down while walking Lola on the road. And that was how she chased that person into the woods, I think. So that's not, I don't feel like that's an acceptable, I don't know if that, how do you define able-bodied adult is my point. The basket muzzle, I do think it's important for when she's off the property because of situations like that. And we did see someone lose control of her on the road. And I don't want to condemn her. I don't want to condemn the dog to a terrible life. We have not been in the driveway except for in the car, but we've hardly seen Lola since April or even before. So I guess she's on a short tether, maybe she's on the porch. We're hardly seeing her. So it's great there haven't been any incidents, but I worry that it's because she's so confined, and that's not healthy for a dog either. So I do want her to be able to go for walks, and I do want her to have the fenced area so that she can, safely get her energy out and all those things. But I just ask that we keep the community, like you were saying, the community's viewpoint in mind. And I feel like I had a last point. Maybe I don't. Oh, my last point is just I think we've seen good compliance in the short term, and that's really great. This problem started a long time ago. We saw sworn statements from a lot of neighbors. There's police reports from a lot of people, and it was over a long period of time. And so I think that as you're deciding the requirements, just to have that in the back of your mind that this is for a long-term solution, not a short-term solution. So, you can comply with like a tether or something for a while, but maybe your habits slip, or like it just happens. So a fence is a more permanent solution, and just something to, I don't know, I guess keep in mind as you're thinking of this is, at some point public attention on this will fade, but the community still lives there. So I just want, while the attention is there, that we, we put everything in writing so that we're set up for success for the long term. We don't have to keep returning to this.
I just wanted to comment, when we came to the April meeting, we had only known about a handful of incidents, primarily between us and a couple of other neighbors. We were really surprised to learn when the police testified and through some of the other testimony that there were just, it seemed like the entire neighborhood had poor interactions with this dog over, the past few years. And just given the extent of that, given the extent that Lola's been able to slip out of her harness in the past or come loose from the tethers, really want to agree with my wife here and say that we really feel that the select board should mandate that a fence be installed on the property for the dog to remain there. Just everything considered. So, thank you.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. Further public comment in the room? Not seeing any hands. Where's my online?
You do have one online, Sharon Tukowski.
Sharon, the floor is yours. Trying to
I'm sorry, I may be a little harsh. I had a daughter that was severely attacked by a dog and severely injured. She was out of school for a year. And I just told both my daughters, please don't ever go on Brigham Hill Road again. Please don't remove the muzzle requirement. And I also hope you consider the history of this. We have an owner that told us she couldn't control her other dog. I don't think I don't know. I don't have confidence she can control this dog. And I feel so bad for the people sharing the driveway. I think I'd be a criminal if I had a 2-year-old and I was sharing a driveway with them. And a 2-year-old is a vulnerable person. And I know it's a lot for a person to take on, but someone was killed by the owner's other dog. I mean, please consider that history. I mean, and this is a big dog, and there's a 2-year-old. That dog could get away. If the owner doesn't control the dog when she's taken it out of the house to leash it, please don't take that muzzle requirement out of these conditions. And if that fence can't be finished in an adequate time, I hope the owner will consider sending the dog somewhere else until it can, so it doesn't hurt another person. I mean, there's been a lot of people injured by those dogs. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Ethan, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that 6 of the statements that were just said are inaccurate. The dog has never hurt another person. The fence is being worked on. Caleb is working on changing ownership of the dog to himself. I gotta slow down for a second and think about all the other things you said that weren't truthful. But just be very careful when we look at these things and speak about these things, that we read the information and ask the experts who clearly stated that the dog is not an active threat to humans and isn't an aggressor. It's a defensive reaction, and the recommendation is not to muzzle the dog from an expert. So just when we say things, after we just listen to many different people speak about the facts, and a lot of them are written down right here, I think it's easy to say things that we feel that may not actually be the truth.
I also saw Emily's hand, and then we can continue from there. Emily, I saw your hand go up. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I think some of my points were just covered in that there is a fence being worked on. They intend to get the rest of it up to the same standard as the sides that have been completed. I agree that the privacy fencing is super important in order to protect everybody that lives on the other side of that fence. I don't think that's something we would disagree on. I think that when it comes to the muzzle requirement and cost of training versus cost of fencing, I think this is all stuff that, if fencing is prioritized and the training package is reduced to just muzzle training. And when I say just, I'm using air quotes. You can't see my face because muzzle training is a process that's important, that the dog is comfortable in it so that their quality of life isn't decreased by wearing it when out of the house. You know, and again, community safety is at the forefront of my thought process, but I also want to be really clear that Jack and Lola are two completely different dogs. And while they shared a home, they do have two completely different owners. Caleb is physically capable of handling Lola. I don't question that. I took a walk with him with the dog to see that he could handle her on leash. He did very well with that. I think that when it comes to Jack, I could say a lot about that whole case and its process. But I also want to just be really clear and say this for the record. None of the stipulations put on that dog by the select board or by animal control would have prevented Mr. Campbell's death. Point blank. The stipulations being placed on Lola, or having previously been placed on Lola, were a reflection of everybody's feelings after Mr. Campbell's death. And I respect and understand that. I also don't want that to take away from the fact that the community doesn't feel safe with Lola specifically. And I agree, I'm so sorry, I'm terrible with names, but with the neighbor's point that Lola's quality of life is really important, and being restricted and tethered at all times is reducing her quality of life. So if prioritizing the finances on that fencing to improve community comfort and safety, and working explicitly on muzzle training so that she can be walked, are what the board determines, I think those would be the areas of focus. But I just want to be abundantly clear that dogs like Jack exist, but are incredibly rare. And cases like that are not something we're likely to see again. And Jack's behavior, and I did handle Jack, I was part of that case. Jack's behavior is entirely separate from Lola's behavior. They're two completely different cases. And again, while they share the same home, they have two different owners within that home. And I do think Caleb is physically capable of controlling Lola on leash. I think he's capable of engaging in and performing any training that is implemented. And I think that if they prioritize the fencing for the safety and comfort of their neighbors, Lola's quality of life will improve. She'll be able to run off leash in that yard and everybody will feel good. So I think community safety is super important, but I also don't want to put a dog in a box it doesn't belong in because we're really afraid after a previous incident.
Thank you, Emily. Not seeing any other hands online. Not seeing any hands in the room. We'll close this public comment session and we'll move towards, coming up with the exact requirements that we'll be hopefully then moving forward with. Karen, could you put the clean copy of the recommendations there? I just found it a little easier to read. I do appreciate just looking at how it evolved over time, but board members, jump in as you see fit, but I would recommend that we look at the recommendations and go through them, and for where we believe there needs to be changes, we can edit them as such, and if need be, take votes to do so. Yeah, Meg.
I'm comfortable with the way that this is written. I think that the staff has done a good job in making these considerations. I think, making sure that we're not putting, undue financial constraints on a homeowner where there are options available, I think is the right way to go, while also making sure that we're prioritizing kind of public safety and making sure that we're trying to prevent a situation like this and, putting the select board in a position where we have to reevaluate something like this because we didn't do this in the first place. So personally, I'm comfortable with the way things are written right now. I think it's a good, mix of taking into consideration what the expert has suggested and also making a making sure that the public and everyone is heard in this situation. Ethan, I feel like potentially maybe the thing that we need to look at is item number 3, to Emily's point, potentially reducing to just a muzzle training. Not necessarily, I don't remember what training package and plan all encompassing.
And the first attachment,
Is it?
the Loyal
The whole-
Campbell consultation report at the
Okay.
bottom. But she said 3 times that the dog does not need to be muzzled. She only made that recommendation because the select board made it a requirement.
Right,
She's
but-
not recommending that the dog be muzzled only for others' comfort, not for the dog's risk of attack.
But we have to think about, like,
But why? The dog hasn't attacked anybody. So
I'm
if
pretty
your
sure it
neighbor's
has.
dog, no, it has not. That is
Yeah,
not
there was,
true.
there were
The dog has not attacked
Can I
anybody.
finish, please? There were,
Read the reports.
no,
Ethan,
but
let's give her a
the
chance to
prior, I believe the prior police reports back in April that we talked about, where the dog had knocked someone off their bicycle, like,
It's not true.
That is,
The person fell off the bicycle. The dog did not knock them off the bicycle, and the
But-
whole situation is the same thing that's happened up there on Brigham Hill. Is there was 4 police reports made after the dog hearing. So if these incidents were so severe and so intense, why weren't those police reports made at the time of the incidents?
no, I'm
Honestly.
looking at one from,
we're gonna let the board members finish real
yeah,
quick.
so, I just wanna, I disagree with you, we can disagree on that, but I'm looking
Okay.
at things from back in August of last year. And so, there.
Where did she attack somebody?
Yeah. Called to report an aggressive dog interaction. She was walking her own dog on Brigham Hill. She stated that the dog ran 4 feet off its own property and clamped down. Like, there are, yeah.
That's she's told us about that's a different. But it's the
So-
dog being at large is the incident that is occurring, right? The dog's at large.
Right.
There's
and I
another
don't-
dog in the area, so the solution to that is to muzzle the dog and let it off leash. Is that our
No,
goal?
we're not letting it off leash.
So if it's
When
in-
it's out.
Guys,
in-
real quick,
Yeah.
I like this debate, but I just wanna hear what Megan says, and then you can respond.
Okay, I'm good.
Meg.
My whole point is, I think I'm fine with the way that these stipulations are written. I'm fine with not necessarily having an entire, training plan in place, especially if it's going to be cost prohibitive to one of our residents. However, I think that having a muzzle when the dog is off its own property for the safety of the rest of the public is reasonable for a dog that does have some history. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
done. Yeah.
Thank you, Meg. Ethan, did you want to say anything further on the muzzling?
I was just gonna repeat that the dog goes to doggy daycare. How many days a week? 3, 2, 2 days a week, every week.
Mm-hmm.
No muzzle, in a facility with 30 other dogs, multiple people. So if the dog can go to the vet, and the dog can go to the doggy daycare, and the dog can be restrained on their property, absolutely. The dog can't go to the dog park. The dog isn't welcome at Indian Brook. All those other community places where you want that safety, absolutely. But on private property and in the private confinement of the property owner to bring the dog into private facilities, a vet, a pet sitter, a dog groomer, PetSmart, that's up to all of those places to decide if the dog is allowed in their facility. So if they're allowing the dog in the facility, it's not up to us to say that as soon as the dog walks off from the property, it needs to have a muzzle. Otherwise, the dog wouldn't be allowed at the vet without a muzzle, right? Like a veterinarian doesn't want to be bit by a dog. They muzzle dogs all the time. So I'm just confused as to where the expert's saying that the dog doesn't need a muzzle, all of these other factors that are proven that the dog is in the community this week with no muzzle, and you're saying that the dog is attacking people. Maybe the dog knocked somebody off a bike. I wasn't there.
Right. I'm
So-
reading.
Oh,
the
just
dog-
real quick,
yeah,
Ethan,
go
I
ahead.
want you to finish. And then
Okay, so my short and sweet is what I would like to do, and if there's if there's two select board members that agree with me, kind of just say that now and we can stop the conversation if nobody else does. But I would like to remove the muzzle training, simplify the training down to, as put in there by Emily, the handling and behavior trainings for the dog. And then I would like to revert to keeping the banment from public dog facilities that are town-funded public dog facilities.
Number 7.
Okay, number 7. But anywhere that their private facility is willing to work with Lola, that is beyond our restriction. And I would just leave it at that. I would keep the fence in there. I heard your concerns about the tether. I agree with the tether. I feel like that's 85% of Lola's problems over the years is her breaking a tether and slipping under your fence and chasing somebody, right? Like that's proven over and over. So I would remove the tether and make it mandatory for the fence. I know that that's not something that you want to hear, but I think if we force the fence to be built immediately, we lower the restrictions on the training. We can simplify some costs there. Caleb could find some time to everybody kind of just comes into a reasonable agreement instead of acting out of emotion and saying, we're going to do these 12 things for the dog because, the other dog tragically took June's husband. So I fully aware, I have young children, I also have a dog, and I have a neighbor with dogs that are reactive dogs. They're not aggressive dogs, they're just reactive dogs, and my dog, gets scared when she sees her tail. So when they come over, there's situations, but it's also a responsibility of a dog owner, and Caleb understands this, and Emily's talked about the training and the walk that they did together, to be in control of an animal, right? So, and this can go beyond dogs. This could be cats. I don't know what other wild pets we have besides farm animals, but a lot of people have farm animals, and it's, it could be horses, it could be anything. Once you are in control and possession and ownership of this animal, you must control and confine this animal to your property. So if there's a commitment to training and physical ability, I don't know how often you go for walks, but I would say that if he's proven, and there's a mechanism that's also in here on number, it's A, so it would be,
1A.
yeah, so actually that's not it. I was looking for the back clip for the walking. But the two forms of, am I reading that one wrong? The tether or the leash? Yeah. So that could be reworded for walking the dog.
It refers to a leash.
But is that for tethering in the yard also?
It says with the second being a sturdy tether or a leash. So the intent is if they're out on a walk or in the yard.
Okay. As long as that clarifies the walking part, I think that's where I'm at with the walking, and then I would wrap it up right there.
Yeah. To be clear, that was envisioned in concert with the muzzle.
Right. So, if two people think that's a good idea, let me know. If you want to add in or change a little, I'm open ears. If you think I'm crazy, that's fine too, but we got to make a decision, so.
Andy.
I'm on the fence about the muzzle. Not to make a pun there, but.
Thanks, Dad.
But I seriously though, I because I think we're the only time that the muzzle would be required is when the dog is on a leash going for a walk, is what I understand. Going to it already says that if it's going to a doggy daycare, it's going to a kennel, going to a veterinary office, that the muzzle's not required. Yes, the expert who evaluated the dog did give us a recommendation that the muzzle's not necessary. I know it's I'm coming down on Ethan's side on this, and that I think that we should listen to the expert, and with the training, the obedience training that is suggested, the muzzle necessity would be less of an issue.
They make a lot of sense. You gotta listen to what the expert tells you. So, I'm siding with Ethan and Andy. I was really surprised to read the report from the expert on the dog, because the dog is completely different than what I expected. And that is not a dog that's a dog that needs training. That's not a vicious dog.
Seeing as we're all getting a chance, I'll just jump in and say I stand with Meg. I think that at the very least we should have it off property on the muzzle and water that down so it's not always in a muzzle, but it sounds like you already have your 3, Ethan, so I'm not going to belabor the point. But I do think when we do talk about the package of requirement, which I'm missing the point of training, it still needs training minus the muzzle, if that's where we're headed. I think that training, and I know we talk about, there's another thing, we talk about 10 hours of classes for pet ownership. I think the training is very important even without the muzzle.
Training is critical. I mean, the other thing to consider with the muzzle too is that any animal that you see with a muzzle like that, especially out in the community, is going to elicit terror. That's just a natural reaction, because you're looking at a dog that you assume is a vicious dog. Because that's the only way to wear a muzzle. A police dog wears a muzzle at times, but doesn't always wear one. So to walk the dog along the road with a muzzle is just asking for trouble. In my opinion, that dog should be trained. If they can't train that dog to go on walks like that, then it needs to be confined in the fence at home, period. And not allowed off the property. I mean, otherwise, what if the dog flips the muzzle, or what if something happens? I mean, if you feel the dog is that much of a risk that it requires a muzzle whenever it's off the property anywhere, then you should require it to be confined at home, period.
Ethan.
Just a quick point, but if you want to scroll down, Karen, to 10 and 11, you know, I'd be more than happy to have anybody stiffen up that language, however it makes them feel better, about what could happen for future. You know, if it's a violation of, you know, the dog being at large, if there's a process, if the dog is at large one time, and there's no incident, but somebody sees Lola in the road and they get the dog back, you know, whatever. I'm just speculating here, but is that immediate seizure of the dog? Or is it, what are the steps? I know we're going to talk about the pie chart next, but for this specific case, is there something that somebody wants for a protective trigger? Because right now it's just failure to apply with these conditions, but if you read these conditions, the conditions, you know, would be the dog simply getting off the property or outside of the fence once. Doesn't say anything about if anything happened. The dog could simply be outside the fence. Neighbor could take a picture of it. Are we seizing the dog for that?
I mean, that's the way the rules are set up.
That's what I'm asking. So.
I mean,
that's
I feel
your
like
protection.
Right.
There, so.
Yeah. If we're going to move ahead with, you know, adjusting the muzzle piece, I mean, clearly they understand what the requirements are, right? Like, you know, we've had this conversation. I think they understand that. I understand, right? Like, you know, she's hopping out of the car and runs away. But all of these stipulations that we put in place for the protections, like, then what is it all for if you know, there is a situation? So I like the way that it's written. Any failure to comply, I'd keep it as is.
Okay. I was kind of thinking that we should rewrite to simple dog at large should trigger a hearing. Because we're all human. There might be a mistake. The dog may be seen on a rare moment of life, not causing a problem. So just throwing that out there that the original document was put in place because somebody lost their life in this home and we were unsure of the behavior of the dog. Now we've had a behavioral analysis of the dog. In my honest opinion, half of these requirements are way overreach, especially for the report of the dog. Beyond that, leaving some of it in there for comfort of public safety, which I respect and understand, there's also right to private ownership in our great country. And I believe that, you know, there is some ownership laws here that need to be protected too for us taking the correct precautions to restrict a potentially vicious dog. Now understanding that the dog is not potentially vicious. I don't know. I think that's too aggressive. And what are we gonna do with Lola if she goes at large? Are we gonna euthanize a dog that escaped her leash? Because that's our plan. If you read in here, they're gonna euthanize her if she breaks off her runner one time and doesn't even cause anybody. Simply a neighbor could see her and take a picture of it and send it to the police department, and the dog's getting put down. So is that where we're at with animal ownership in Essex?
What's your suggestion?
I would have it trigger a hearing, so that way, regardless if anything significant happens, the dog's going to be held. If we adopt this new procedure, the dog is going to be held, and there'll be a hearing. But if nothing significant happens and the dog goes off the property, whatever happens, I don't even want to speculate. Something happens and the dog is outside of the fence, outside of the car, whatever. Are we seizing that dog to euthanize it because it was off its leash? With no trigger to warrant
a hearing. So you're saying, okay, if any failure to comply with these conditions will result in
dog being permanently surrendered to Essex Animal Control, which is...
It sounds like what you're suggesting is will result in a hearing.
That's what I want it to be,
a
hearing instead of surrender.
Immediate surrender.
Right.
I mean, I'd be fine with a hearing to determine immediate surrender or something like that.
Yeah. We haven't adopted it yet, right?
Right.
But the next process is that the town health officer would make that
recommendation
decision.
Right.
And then hold the dog for 10 days. So
they don't hold the dog. It's an
animal control holds the dog. No, they pick the dog up for 10 days quarantine and EPD initial screening.
Quarantine usually means on property.
So at the police department, they're going to hold the dog for 10 days?
On the property, the homeowner.
The homeowner property.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read
Ethan,
that.
Question too, but
I don't want to cut you off.
no, go ahead.
Andy.
Could removing the word permanently resolve that? Because if a dog is surrendered to animal control, who makes the decision on what happens next? Would there be a hearing anyway? Or do we just not have a process for that right now?
I think it's more of the latter. I think if you want a hearing, if there's any violations, you should specify that any violation will result in the dog being surrendered to animal control, and a hearing will be scheduled with the select board. Would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah. Okay.
Take out permanently and say surrendered to animal control and whatever you said. The select board hearing.
Result in the dog being, it's got surrendered to Essex Animal Control, and a hearing shall be scheduled with the select board.
Pending
Could I
hearing.
offer these conditions could result in the dog being permanently surrendered pending a hearing?
Pending a hearing.
Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Would that then therefore keep permanently
can
in
we
there?
keep permanently?
No.
I think that presumes the outcome of a hearing. Am I wrong?
Yep.
Could result?
Karen,
I mean, I suppose that's
go
fine.
ahead, Meg.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Karen, can you go to the top
Yeah.
just so we can see? I didn't know you were live editing this, but I appreciate that.
Okay, so we're going to have to take away anything that references the report. Unless Emily wants to rewrite her report to not include muzzles.
Well, I think you just remove the muzzle part, right?
Where are you saying to remove the report, Ethan?
In right here as the two-step to the report, but I think that there's the escape-proof harness and then the back clip. So I don't know if in the report, if you go to that, if it requires walking the dog, harness, back clip, muzzle. The way I read it in the...
It doesn't. I think muzzle is it's its own separate piece in her report.
If you go to the recommendation.
It's on page 3.
Bear with me.
Yep.
Right.
No, it's okay.
And then it goes on about the spray shield. I'm not sure why, if this dog isn't vicious and we're not requiring it to wear a muzzle, why would we require one dog owner to carry a spray shield and not require all dog owners in Essex to carry a spray shield? If the owner's capable of physically restraining the dog, the other owner should be physically capable of restraining their dog. They should be able to walk across. They should be able to walk on the other side, opposite sides of the roads to safely pass.
I read this, there's no definitive language saying you have to carry this. It says, please carry spray shield. That's a very soft language. It's not saying you have to have a clip, you have to have a tether. It's more of a, I saw it more as like a PSA. And like her last sentence in that bullet point says, I recommend it, and all my clients do this. And it's more of a safety thing that was new to me, but that I'm sure Emily recommends to all her clients as like a, you want to just, instead of grappling a dog when there's an issue, you can spray this thing and it'll hopefully diffuse it. So I didn't see this as a, and I didn't see it necessary to be in the necessarily 1 through 11 recommendations because it was not as meaty as the other recommendations from Emily when I read this. And Greg, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the condition. Condition 6 does talk about obtaining a spray shield.
Right.
So if
Yeah.
you want it to be a recommendation versus a condition, I think that's worth looking at.
Ethan.
So that's part of my concern with referencing this report is exactly what Shannon just said, is that a lot of this stuff is recommendation. So how do you reference something that they must do, that they're going to surrender their dog for euthanasia, but you go to the report that's listed in what they must do, and it's a recommendation, it's not a must do.
Well, I think
So you can't have them
your
both.
conditions would be what must happen. And so I think that's what you're trying to set. The recommendations from Emily are the recommendations from Emily. If you choose not to require the owners to get a spray shield, they don't have to. They could do that. That's a recommendation from Emily, but they don't have to. If you wanted to require they have a spray shield and take it on walks, that would be one of your conditions.
Okay. But it's in there 3 times. It says training package and plan. It says see the other report. So how do you, I don't understand how you can not use them but have the language in there. If you put the language in there, that report is legal.
I think, well, it depends on what the reference is. When it talks about having a escape-proof harness described in the report, I think I read that as that's the description is in the report. Look at the report to get the description of the escape-proof.
Look for the definition there.
If it's talking about you should have a spray shield that's recommended in the report, that becomes, do you, the select board, want to require the spray shield? Yes or no? And I'm trying to find the other.
Okay, I hear you. So so the first one would be a description, and then the training package and plan would obviously be.
Yes.
Okay.
So I read it.
Yeah, I know. I got you. English isn't my strong suit.
I'd be more apt to require the spray shield than the muzzle. That is a dog-aggressive dog.
Reactive dog.
Yeah, reactive, but still.
But if the owner can constrain the dog and somebody
they'll
else
have to
walks
use it.
on the other side of the road and they can constrain their dog,
Well, if the owner can't constrain the dog,
the other owner,
yeah.
that's
Then you got
that's
the dog.
on the other. That becomes on the other owner.
But we've got a dog here that is not necessarily going to be on the other one. I'm just saying.
I hear you. I hear the
find
thought process.
the
Yeah.
spray shield a better recommendation for a lot of situations versus a muzzle.
How come the other person doesn't have to do it?
Well, after this, they would.
Why?
No, seriously.
I
after
hear
this,
ya.
They would.
This dog, in my mind, hasn't raised that bar.
Because if
Just
Yeah.
recognizing the time, we have other things on the agenda. I don't want to rush this. I want to be thorough, but could we go through this and then if there's edits that we need to make, Karen's got the pen, we can do so. Ethan?
I agree with that, but this was supposed to be the only business for the night,
Correct.
so we can take our time.
You're usually the one who's trying to get out.
Not on this.
I'm not. I
on
did not
this.
say I was trying to rush this.
Okay,
trying to
I'm
move
just
this
being
beyond
clear
number one.
that this was the only purpose for this meeting tonight was this.
Emily has her hand up.
Emily, thank you.
I just wanted to describe what Spray Shield is, because I think that's an important piece of this. Spray Shield is a compressed citronella spray. It has a 10-foot radius for the spray. It can be used to deter oncoming dogs as well as to break up dog fights without putting our hands in the middle. The reason that I recommend that they carry it is really for Lola's safety, because if somebody else in the community drops a leash and charges her and a dog fight were to occur, my concern was that that would reflect negatively on Lola, even if she was leashed and adhering to other stipulations. So the Spray Shield is also a relatively inexpensive item compared to all of the other things we're asking the Campbell family to do. And it is something I recommend that if you're a runner, if you're a cyclist, if you're out hiking with your dogs, if you're a mailman, if you have a multi-dog household, I think everybody should really have some of this on hand. It's not expensive and it does really come in handy. And again, if we can't count honestly on other people to contain their animals. So I've been in a situation where I've been walking my dog on a leash and another dog has charged and attacked us. That shouldn't have happened. The other person should be held accountable for that. But the Spray Shield is a thing that would, protect Lola as well as potentially protecting that dog that's charging at Lola. So I just wanted to be clear, it is safe. It's not like it's mace. It is small. It is relatively inexpensive. I certainly carry it on me all the time myself. So I don't think it's like a crazy thing.
Thank you, Emily.
I was envisioning like a big Dungeons and Dragons shield that they had to carry around, so sorry about that.
So with regard to number 3, where we're talking about training, should I make a reference to something recommended in the report section titled Training Package and Plan, like with the exception of the muzzle training noted? Or is that where we're finding consensus?
That is what the 3 members, I believe, thought it was necessary. And then I would think that the 4th,
Would be
based on
gone.
that, would be scrapped.
With regard to number 4, I think Ms. Fleming had made a good point. This is a hard one to consider enforcing or picking, certainly open to better language. I think the idea is that this would be in place should something occur that was attempting to prevent that. So I'm sure there's better language, but that was the intent there.
I don't know what better language to use in this situation.
Physical. I guess physical's already in there.
Yeah, like someone who knows they can control. I mean, I think I'm referencing back, but I think Miss Campbell herself has said in our last hearing that I don't take Lola for walks because I know I can't control her, right? So to me, their understanding of what this is intending for this specific animal.
So are you suggesting it come out?
No, I think it's fine. I'd leave it in there. I don't know that there's better language to add to it.
I would just add that I think that, you know, were this animal under the ownership of Caleb, who has proven to the owner that, or the trainer, that he is capable of handling it, you know, I would say owner or an able-bodied person, with it presently being under the licensing of Ms. Campbell. I don't know that we can add that language in there without, you know, contradicting ourselves. So I think the intent, you captured that. I agree with Meg. I'm not sure that it needs to change. Does anyone else have thoughts on number 4 up there, but 5 on the handout?
I mean, I'd leave it the way it is, understanding that if we're asking the homeowners to do training and potentially they need to go somewhere to do that, or someone else needs to take it to the vet, that if Caleb isn't the one to be able to do that, that someone who has physical control is the one to take the, you know, have the control of the leash in and out of the vet and things like that. I think we could add owner or an able-bodied adult at all times. Or
Owner
we just
is
leave
not
it at,
someone presently that could do that.
correct. So yeah, I'd say just leave it then.
I mean, in the report and mentioned in these requirements too, it says that the dog owner shall take steps to comply with other recommendations in this report. It's the next one after, but it goes on about changing what was the ownership. So
It does, but
Right now,
we're not
the
at
way
that point
it's-
where it's been changed yet, so I don't want to like have contradiction into this requirements.
Ethan, just to, I think your point, I struggled when we were debating this issue on whether to recommend forcing a transfer in ownership. I don't legally know the basis for doing that. So that's why there's a little bit of wiggle room here in that he's invited to take ownership. It sounds like he's interested in taking ownership. I don't know that the board can force him to do that. I didn't get a chance to legally research that. So that's why there's a little bit of distance between what's in the report and what you're seeing as recommended here. So Ethan, just to speak to your concern, is it the dog owner shall consider taking steps?
yeah, I mean, I just trying to see what are we gaining out of this with the word owner? Because if we use this more as a blanket for, you know, if we had 10 other cases of a reactive dog at large that has no other encounters with anything other than another animal with a simple reactive bite, single bite, no sutures is what it was all read. Like, how would we do that for 10 other situations? And could we take this list and immediately use it? Because it's to the point of the dog and the protection of the community, and not Lola and June Campbell. Right? Like, we need to be focused on, you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Sure, I'll be honest, I was focused on Lola when we were
I know,
reviewing these.
I know,
So
right?
that's why they speak that way.
Right.
Well,
Meg?
I was gonna say, I think that this is specific to Lola, to that point, right? Like, each case, we would consider on a case-by-case basis based on all the information we have. So I think we can treat this as very specific to just Lola and her, you know, her owners right now. So
So what does the word owner do was the original
I
question.
mean, I think the word owner here is the person who has responsibility of the dog right now, right? So a dog owner shall take steps to comply with other recommendations. What was your suggestion, Karen?
I've suggested instead of shall take, it shall consider taking.
Yeah.
So it's a voluntary step.
Right. I think that's fine.
Perfect.
I mean, it's up to them ultimately, right? And
Yeah, that's what I was kind of leaning towards, was like making this broad just so it's not specific, but like making this broad so that way it's a set of expectations that we would use for a similar situation without Lola being the ex co-resident of a dog that had a total different circumstance, right? Like if Lola was in an apartment down the road, would we treat her different? Absolutely. Absolutely. So just make this to the recommendation of the dog, and we'll be able to use this for any situation where there's a dog at large that bites another dog that didn't continue to attack it, right? Like if there's a passing by dog bite, we'll look at this one and be like, oh, fence, training, making sure that has 2 points of restraint when walked, physical control. You know, we could literally just take this and be like, makes sense because it attacks the issue and not.
Yeah, no, I think
we're in good shape. I think, like I said, everything looks great. I would just ask for the number 7 to again be more specific. If you have.
You're talking about number 6 now.
Number
Sorry.
8, 7, 6.
The one about the
Yep.
locations and whatnot.
But I think now's your chance to tighten up wording. If I know we can erase the even if muzzled. Or leave that in there, so that, leave that in there. Yeah. My only question at 8 was the police chief. Is it the police chief, or is that recommended language?
For the pet
Fence.
ownership,
Uh,
the sort of
okay.
educational.
Pet ownership, education, acceptable.
Okay. Sorry, yes, that's the paragraph I was looking at. I was thinking in my head, the police chief looking at the fence in the top.
There is a section that asks the police chief or someone that he's designating to do this work to go and ensure that the enclosure is
Okay.
adequate. That's the reference up top.
Okay.
You can scroll, but I'm.
No, you're good. I was just, my brain was skipping back to that. Good.
Meg.
Can we just go back, I'm sorry, to
Sure.
number 5 on this list? I guess my thought is the way that we've adjusted this language makes obtaining the spray shield a suggested compliance versus something that I think if we're not going to have a muzzle, I would ask that we require them to obtain this. It sounds like it's not a difficult ask. It's not putting, undue financial hardship on someone. So I would just potentially call that out.
I would support that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we add it into the backside of 5? The original 5?
When off property, the animal must remain in control. Is that what you're talking
By an able-bodied person at all times who's equipped with
Spray shield.
spray shield.
Right. I'd be fine with that.
Can I ask a quick question of Emily?
Sure, go Greg.
Emily, is a spray shield, is that one of those things that goes on a collar around the dog's neck, or is it more like a canister that somebody sprays?
It's a canister that somebody sprays, and you can either utilize it to like spray way in front of you up to 10 feet. And the intense scent of the citronella is a deterrent to dogs that are coming towards you. And you can use it to spray directly into the nose of a dog actively engaged in a fight. And that will disrupt most dog fights.
Okay, thank you.
So is it correct to refer to it as a spray shield, or is it just with spray shield? Sorry.
I mean, the product is specifically called Spray Shield. The company is Pet Safe. I'm not sure that there's really a comparable product from another company, so I always use that specific name.
Put dog spray in there?
I mean, aerosol dog repellent,
Or just
if you don't
dog
want
spray?
to- Sure.
I mean, I think that citronella specifically, she mentioned it's not mace. We're trying to spray out and about. Yeah.
I mean, if you're.
Can we just leave it as this specific brand?
I think she said Pet Safe.
Yeah. Pets.
Yeah, Pet Safe is the manufacturer.
Is it like this? I feel like so.
Yep.
Is that too specific?
So that, this is just a, I don't want them to be out of compliance if they get the Costco Kirkland brand or something like
Right.
that. So I think the general term is what I was trying to get at is
Dog spray?
dog spray or something, dog repellent.
Citronella based. Yeah.
I wouldn't even do citronella. I would just do dog spray.
Okay.
I mean, any person in the town of Essex could be walking with bear mace, and if a dog comes up to attack you, spray the dog. Use human mace. Use whatever you need to
Yeah,
repel the
okay.
dog away from you.
I don't think that Emily would have recommended that, but I agree
Right.
with what you're saying.
Yeah.
I agree, but if you're in fear for your safety, protect yourself by all means.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then the requirement we're setting is for the owner, and for the
Yeah.
owner, they need to carry dog spray so they can protect Wowo from the
From-
potential for her
right.
biting another dog in a reactive manner. So
dog
just,
spray.
yeah, just go dog spray.
And-
Sorry, I got an alternative proposal to say, or comparable product.
Fair.
Equivalent. Yeah.
Cool, yeah. It's funny, there's a dog walking by.
So- I think that covers it. We were on 6, we talked about, Ethan, when you were talking about that, you mentioned specifically Indian Brook and things like that. I think that counts as
Yeah,
public locations and things like that. I don't know, unless my fellow board members feel there needs to be other things added to that list. I think that is comprehensive. Andy?
If you're vague, you don't have to be specific, so yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Didn't say Saxon Hill.
us is all.
Number 7, we talked about this. No, we not yet. Yes, we did. The 10 hours of training recommended by the police. To give an example, transfer ownership, the owner will always be covered. So I think that is a very clear directive. It sets up the situation in case there is transfer of ownership. Does the board have thoughts or comments, concerns on this? I see a thumbs up. Number 8.
I'm sorry.
And-
Transfer of ownership within the town? Because if the dog leaves the town, we have no jurisdiction. Does that need to be there, or is that already implied?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would assume, based on the language that's in number 9.
Yeah, I was gonna say, later on it talks about if you move out of town. or-
Okay. Yep, all right.
Unless you think it needs to be added there
Nope.
too.
No, I'm good.
The signage and delivery, I appreciate that that's been in place, and I think it is there, which is good. There's multiple signs on property. There's the bin out front. And then number 9 on here is dog ownership if, moved out of town is told us within 48 hours. Ethan?
That's not how I read that. I read that as a new address within the town. I think Andy makes a good point that if the dog leaves Essex. We had dog hearings before, right? And there was a dog at large. And the conclusion of all the hearings was the dog just left.
Every dog hearing prior to this one that I've been involved in the dog has left town.
Dog moved, yeah, dog.
Every single one of them for the last 12 years. Yes, the dog leaves town. In all cases.
And we have no control over
And then
that. So I would
you have
just
no-
do
yeah.
address change within Essex. I mean, if they leave Essex, there's no.
I think what I can recall from our conversation in April was that would be for our animal control to forward to a new community's animal control any background information that we can share. I think that was what that was aimed at, and the new address was in Essex or outside of Essex.
Okay.
So I don't know if that needs to stay, but I think that's what I remember.
Ethan?
Just we're in the moment, but so like, for that being said, the only repercussion to this ordinance is to have a dog hearing, or ultimately, or before it was seizure of the dog, but to have a dog hearing now. You can't have a dog hearing for a dog that's no longer in Essex, and there's no state law that's going to require the person to allow you to notify another town, so that's not protected by state law. Unless it is, but I would be very careful about putting in an ordinance how you're going to contact somebody moving to another community without it being protected by state statute.
So to own a dog, you need to inform the clerk if you move. So if you are registered at an
Yeah.
address and you move, you need to inform the town clerk. So this is actually repeating something folks are already required to do, at least in Essex. I can't speak to what happens if the dog moves out of town, because our licensing rules wouldn't apply.
Yeah.
They're statewide, but.
About New Hampshire.
Right, so this was
You don't have to
aimed
register
at
a dog.
just ensuring that more people would know in the event the town clerk wasn't aware of this process or something else happened.
Right.
with
I
the
just don't,
application.
I'm not saying I know this for a fact. I'm just saying that I know a lot of Vermont protection laws that may not be illegal to tell somebody else's private information to another town. Like, that may not even be illegal.
So
I can
I
research.
appreciate what you're raising. When I read this, it's not saying, and we're gonna tell other places. I just see that the town of Essex is going to be notified and told that this dog has moved either down the street or it's no longer in a community. What we choose to do with that information, we can debate at another time. But for this line, I think it's important that the town of Essex knows if this dog has moved down the street or elsewhere. And then if that dog is then, in Jericho or in, Louisiana, we know that it's no longer our jurisdiction to, impose these, requirements on it and different things. But I think the debate we're having right now is not pertinent to this conversation.
Well, it is, because if you read 10.
Yeah, but if the dog's out of our
So-
town, then we can't do anything. As you've
So
said,
how do you have a rule that you can't do anything about? That makes no sense having the rule.
if they've left our town, they haven't not complied with our conditions.
They don't have to, they're gone. So,
Yeah.
but then the next thing is any failure to comply with the conditions is seizure of the dog via a hearing. So I would just make it so that way if the dog moves within Essex, anything outside of Essex, you have no control over.
I still think we should know if it moves out of Essex.
But you don't have that right. You're not given that right by the.
We have that right if we
by
put it
the
in writing right here.
Constitution.
No.
No, you're not.
You can't write
You can't
yourself an RA.
supersede Vermont law. Sorry.
I don't foresee this as a superseding Vermont law.
As private protections of private information, you don't have to share everything as a public record as a private citizen. I'm just saying that makes no sense to have a rule that says if you leave Essex that you're going to take a dog, that you're not going to know if the dog's even gone, because how would you know if they notified you within 48 hours? The neighbors haven't seen the dog in a couple of weeks. How do we even, we know the dog's there. How would you know the dog's even gone? And then you're gonna trigger a hearing. So are you gonna send them certified mail to Kentucky to let them know that they violated our 48-hour notice and they need to come back for a hearing because we plan on seizing the dog because they didn't let us know?
Andy?
Do we need to add a clause somewhere that says as long as the dog lives in Essex, then all of the rules apply, all the things apply?
At the top is what you're saying?
Yep. As long as the dog lives in Essex, dog must blah, 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 everything.
That makes sense.
Or just simply put at the bottom a new address within Essex.
If it moves out of Essex, would it be nice to let the neighbors know that it's gone? That's why they haven't seen it for a couple weeks.
It'd be nice, but is it a given right in the state of Vermont? Is my question. Legal advice. I don't know if our attorney left earlier. Our attorney that we were interviewing, not our attorney.
I didn't see our attorney.
Oh, he said he was an attorney. So.
Yeah, I think we'd have to research that
I
with you.
agree.
Yeah,
I
so
don't think we
because
can
they're
vote on
research
something that we don't have understanding of the meanings of the words.
Andy, do you want to suggest where you put that clause?
I thought I heard Andy up top.
Just right at the top.
Excuse me.
There you go. Lola moves, that last clause that says we can take the dog doesn't apply.
So, does that mean get rid of 9, or you're keeping 9?
We're gonna keep 9 too, that's
You're
a
gonna
state
keep
law
it,
anyway,
okay.
we gotta do that anyway, it's just a reiteration. Or it could move within Essex too.
Well, that's why I was just saying put within Essex there, because that would be the only thing that would affect us. We're not Fairfax, we're not Milton, we're not. No?
I think that's the
I
clause.
mean, if I sign a contract, I wanna
Yeah,
know
that's
what the
fine.
words say.
You can say it twice.
I'm not gonna die on this hill, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine too, I protect rights of free citizens, so.
Are there any other edits to this list? We've gone through the last one already.
I will point out that there was some discussion about whether simply the fence should be required or whether these options should remain. So I haven't changed any of that based on the discussion, but.
Is the fence not required?
It's an or after the clause A. You can tether or build a fence.
Was there something about 6 months that was kicked around earlier? Do we wanna do the end of the year? 6 months from now? For the fence, and then after that, the dog can't be tethered in the yard?
We very well could.
Cause I feel like the tethering situation's not, Andy's got his hand up.
Andy?
I would prefer to leave it the way it is, because if we make it a requirement to put the fence in, we're requiring a financial situation. I mean, unless for public safety purposes, we establish a safety fund that helps support those kind of things if we have time limits on them, which is a whole nother discussion.
Coming up.
Possibly coming up, but I'm happy with the way it is, because it's, I mean, if I was told that I needed to put in a fence within 6 months, could I do it? I don't know, you know. Is it a required, you know, a person who can't afford to put up a fence shouldn't have to lose their dog because of it, if there are other ways to contain the dog that are listed in the requirements here.
I agree with you to leave it.
Meg?
I'll agree to leave it as is, and just, this is why I think I pushed so hard on the muzzle, is that we are leaving this, we're not requiring this financial burden on a citizen where there's other options to protect the rest of the public. So I'm totally fine with leaving, and I was going to suggest that we leave this. I just want to kind of state that for the record, so. I don't think we should be requiring people, to all of your points, to put up all of this money within a specific time period. If they choose to do that, great.
For the record, I just want to thank the Campbells for already having said tonight multiple times they're going to finish that fence. And
Right.
the question wasn't about, are you, the town, going to force me to do this? But it was more of a, I'm saving up for it and we'll make it happen. So we are a community. We've heard multiple people define that tonight. And I know we're not going to put a tooth in this document that says you must build that fence, but I publicly am stating that I do hope that they finish it in a very timely fashion. So Andy.
Sorry, the other thing that was brought up, I think it was Emily that mentioned, or somebody mentioned the timing of the training was another question. It was arbitrarily set, 2 months of training within 90 days, so it needs to start within a month. Is that acceptable, or is that, you know, is that gonna, and it does say estimated 2-month training, but now that we've taken some of the training out, we've taken out the muzzle training, so I don't know if that needs to be changed. Maybe, should we just say complete the training plan within 90 days? Take out the estimated 2-month.
I think that's fair.
I would go
Well-
120 days too.
Can I?
Meg?
The only suggestion to that is that it's recommended, and in here, starting with a 2-month plan, you may end up needing more or fewer sessions in her recommendations. So I would change how long, like, we require them to start that
Yeah.
versus changing how much training we're requiring. And I'm fine with giving them more time, especially if they have this is a potentially cost prohibitive thing. So providing more time to do that, I would be fine with it being within 120 days. You have 4 months to do a 2-month training.
Ethan?
Can you ping Emily real quick? Because I'm assuming here, but I'm thinking without the muzzle training, it's going to be like less on her training plan.
Yeah, I think you're open.
Yeah, so I think, from a legal standpoint, I can't place stipulations, which is why everything is recommendations within my report. As far as like a training plan goes now, based on these changes, the focus would be on leash skills so that she is safe to walk and easy to control, and on exposing her to seeing other dogs on leash and being able to, change her responses from, explosively reactive to more focused on Caleb. I think that off the top of my head, yes, it's going to cut down on time and finances. And again, if there is a wider window of time for them to implement a training program, then certainly they could then sort of research the other trainers on the list and look at their availability and cost, which may also make things less prohibitive to them. And I have specific people that I've recommended for that are very capable of teaching these skills. But then my report as it stands and recommendations as they stand and training plan as they stand don't really line up with these stipulations. So I don't know. I can certainly make adjustments to the written plan that better reflect what we're talking about tonight so that everything lines up. I'm not really sure like legally what that looks like.
Thank you, Emily. With that, I would just recommend the language be, instead of estimated 2-month, I would say the recommended training plan, and we can figure out the timing as a board. I've heard, go Meg?
I was just going to say, so instead of referencing the report the way it's written, recommended by, can we even call her by name? Like, by our...
I mean, I would use her business name if you
Yeah,
want to reference
yeah.
I think can I suggest just
Yep.
deleting this?
Yeah. And then change it to 120 days.
If that's the number that there's consensus. It
I've
doesn't
heard
need to
two-
be referred to twice is kind
I've
of.
heard 2 members mention 120. Is there a third person that agrees with that? Or do we want to stand
Sure.
with 90?
Yep.
We've got 3. 120, Karen, please.
Okay.
Moving along. Thank you for scrolling. We've talked about 4.
I think we're done.
I haven't heard a motion, so. Let's just scroll down to the bottom so we can all see the few remaining. Are there any other edits? Okay. come forward for a last public comment. Thank you. Just
First-
state your name.
Yes, Ellen Fleming at 169 Brigham Hill Road. First, I think there was a little confusion earlier that I just want to clear up. The sworn statements that were made to the police after the Jack situation are different than the police reports. The sworn statements were after Jack, the police reports were before. So it's not true that neighbors were only just coming out of the woodwork after they heard about Jack out of some sort of emotion. That's just not true. I also want to just say, I think a lot of the neighbors probably thought they were the only person that this had happened to. And there's a really strong impulse to be neighborly, to not cause waves, not to call the police over any little thing. Like, you don't want to be the person that's calling the cops on somebody all the time. So I also think the characterization of, well, if you didn't call the police before, then it must not be a big deal. I just don't think that's fair. So I just wanted to say that. And then lastly, or most importantly, the last item now, I guess, is it 10? It used to be 11. 10. This might be what you meant, but it does now say that basically with the could, it doesn't say anything. It's possible nothing could happen. It's saying this could happen or maybe could not. And so to me, that means none of this is enforceable. You're saying, like, I would hope that the could, would be followed through on, but it's giving you an opportunity not to. So I kind of, I'm not sure if that was the intent. I feel if we're going to have the conditions, there should be some actual consequence. Otherwise, what's the point of even what's the point of someone following them? And I also would add, if the concern is over the dog being surrendered as like a punishment or consequence, maybe there could be other options like a fine or something else. I don't actually, I'm most concerned that just these are followed. I don't think that Lola is, like we've heard, we all agree, I don't think Lola is some sort of like menace to society, dangerous to everyone. But we've also seen that she needs to be controlled in certain ways that weren't happening until orders were put in place. And so I just think, like I said before, thinking in the long term, we want to make sure that anything that we hope would happen is actually written as, needs to happen or there's a consequence. Otherwise, I'm not sure what the point of any of this is.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just to be Andy.
I think our next agenda item addresses what would happen, because we're talking about adjusting the ordinance, and I think that would come into play at that point, so.
Then can it say would result instead of could? Because then that means nothing could happen and it would be fine. The way it's written.
Ethan.
It says pending a hearing, so a hearing must happen before anything could happen. And a dog hearing has specific guidelines.
Say a hearing will happen.
Last sentence, pending a select board hearing.
Yeah, that's talking about what happened with the dog. It doesn't say there will be a hearing, and then maybe if that happens, something will happen to the dog. It just says the dog could be removed pending hearing.
Right, so if any failure to comply with these conditions triggers a hearing.
Yeah, just.
That's what it said. That's what it's supposed to say.
Okay. It just doesn't, I don't think it's.
I barely know how to read, so.
Okay. Just making sure like the intention matches what it actually says.
But that was my intention when
I understand
had
that as the intent of the
language
board, and I
added in.
appreciate you making sure it's clarified. If there's any concerns with the language as we're editing it now, let's make sure we get that right.
That's better.
Yep.
Child triggers.
That's good. That's perfect.
And Ethan, do me a favor. You're a smart guy.
I have dyslexia.
You have a lot of good
so
I've
had
of
it
good
my
suggestions.
whole life. I don't try to hide it.
No,
If you
I
give me
just-
a bunch of sentences and tell me which one's right, I'll probably give you the wrong one, but
I
know the point.
I enjoy your opinion on it. I don't like when you put yourself down.
No,
But I
put me
think
down.
that language is stronger and more direct. So with that, unless there are further edits, Andy,
I make the motion that the select board approve the updated conditions for the animal Loyola owned by June Campbell on Brigham Hill Road as amended.
thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Final discussion? Kendall?
I would just note that we are certain that the owner knows that we are serious about these rules and that non-compliance will result in further hearings about the board. Just want to make that clear so that we will hold her accountable.
And just for the record, Karen, I know we spoke with this in the meeting, but you'll be giving a physical copy to the owner, or the staff will.
Yes, yep.
Great. Bring it to a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to more dog stuff. Business item 6F, discussion of draft animal control ordinance amendments. I will note that this is purely a draft, so it is purely for discussion.
Just wanted to let you know, leaving the room for a second, everything's still running. You are live. So.
Thank you. Karen, I know you are the
Yes,
main
so
person tonight, but can you
please
just give us the...
Bear with me while I get, I'm going to put the flow charts up just for reference. Certainly if we want to look at anything else we can, but I feel like that's the most helpful visual. I will start with current. As we all know, some events in the spring of 2026 has resulted in, a number of public conversations about the dog ordinance, the animal control ordinance, and limitations within it. So the main one would be that the location of a bite, the physical geographic location of a bite, has an effect on the remedies available to the board and not, for example, the severity of the bite. So that was one item that was brought to staff, along with a number of other items, sort of noting the limitations of the existing language. So very briefly, any dog bite under Department of Health rules requires reporting to, any dog bite of a human requires reporting to the town clerk, animal control officer, health officer, one of those. That initiates a 10-day quarantine process. The animal stays in place in their home unless that can't be completed, and the health officer makes contact with the owner to ensure they understand rabies requirements and other sort of procedural things. There's also a separate process that could, from the same event, result in a public hearing in front of you all and a sort of quasi-judicial proceeding that involves experts and witness testimony. This is an important component of due process, which is a constitutional right under the U.S. Constitution that folks can't be deprived of their property or liberty without due process, right? So this is the way that the existing ordinance envisions that to take place. So the board would issue an order. There may be a follow-up hearing. The current ordinance is silent to that. And euthanasia is only possible if an attack occurs off the property of the owner. Other challenges that were noted with our existing language include that it is a voluntary process, so it's really up to a victim to decide they're open to pursuing a public process. The requirement is that a hearing is held within 7 days from the receipt of a complaint, which again is voluntary, and currently there's no timeline, right? So we're discussing events of a few months ago. There's currently no timeline associated with a complaint from the precipitating event. And that's a sort of mismatch in the nature of these events. Is it an emergency or is it not? I already mentioned the location. This is a minor issue, but there's no mechanism within the existing ordinance for information that comes out within the hearing to affect the labeling or categorization of the animal. So for example, we had police come to the last hearing and offer information I certainly had never heard. And if it had been different information, the board may have wanted other opportunities to envision the future for this animal based on what came out of that hearing. So it is sort of a judicial process. So that ability to adapt was a concern. all complaints are heard by the select board. There's no sort of administrative interface about whether it's a high enough public safety risk to take this time for this issue. There's no requirement that a professional be involved. So I'm sorry for the folks who have already heard this analogy, but in working on these, we've, as staff, been trying to envision someone who commits an assault and what that looks like through the human legal process, right? So there's a competency hearing. There's usually someone who's able to speak to that person's ability to be rehabilitated. And that's what we're trying to inject into this process here, because I think it's become apparent none of us have the skill that Emily does, or folks who work with dogs like Emily. So there's a lack of that professional advice required. There's no notice to the community beyond a typical select board process. And there's that due process piece comes into play where there's no mention in the ordinance of what happens if an owner is aggrieved or believes their rights have been violated. So that's sort of where we stand today. Thankfully, I understand from police that we only have 1 to 2 dog bites a month in the town. Yes, please.
Andy?
You mentioned, one of the first things you mentioned is that there's a requirement that dog bites be reported to the town clerk.
Mm-hmm.
Who is supposed to report?
The victim or the healthcare provider that handles the wound at the hospital.
And so you also said there has to be medical care associated with a dog bite in order for it to be reported?
Without medical care, we wouldn't know if a dog bite occurred. So that is a component of the reporting piece of it. Owners are supposed to report it. Victims are supposed to report it. They may not. The healthcare provider setting is a little different. Someone has sought medical attention. It's almost like a mandated reporter situation.
Do they do that?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
I'm saying absolutely. We have the staff here that do that work that you might want to hear from.
Right,
That's my understanding.
Right. Okay. So the dog in my neighborhood that's been probably 3 or 4 people, nobody's gone to get medical care and nobody's told the town clerk about it. The dog has since moved away.
I don't know that that's the case. They just may not have requested a hearing.
So I know all of the people involved and none of them got medical attention, but
Okay.
Maybe you'll get to it in the new process. Me as a bystander in the new process, could I report that?
I don't think there's anything that precludes you from. I don't think you have an obligation to.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I could do it anyway now? No, but because there was no medical. Okay, because the definition is that of a vicious dog now says that you have to have had medical care
Mm-hmm.
for. Okay.
And that is also shown in the dangerous dog definition as well, when we get to that.
Okay. You've gone through the. Sorry, am I jumping ahead here? Should I ask questions later?
I mean, if it's on the things she just brought up, yes, but I just like her to get through the.
You went through what's the so-called current process, but a dog biting a chicken, we've also seen those.
Mm-hmm.
That's not covered by this, or we're not changing that? Is that the?
So this is the current process for dog bite of human.
Okay.
If it was an animal or pet, they would be in the potentially vicious realm, where this is the same euthanasia, is just simply not an option.
Okay. Okay. All right. See, right. Okay. So you're just using the for the example of the process.
Mm-hmm.
There's other things that feed into this question of. There's other things that determine whether or not it's vicious versus potential vicious that aren't represented by this chart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions before I move on?
Go for it.
Great.
You had said 1 to 2 bites a month from this.
Yes, sorry. And so Lieutenant Coutois had told me 1 to 2 bites a month in the town, which was unfortunately based on the frequency with this is coming up. That was surprisingly low to me. And so that's a process we're already equipped to support. We're already, doing this town health officer quarantine. So it was interesting to learn of how many examples there are of this playing out in the community. So my understanding is 1 to 2 a month in the town. My understanding is 2 to 3 a month with the town and the city combined. So just adding that point for reference. Probably was going to make a better point earlier, but I got derailed. I'll switch over now to a proposed flow chart. And so one of the things that I alluded to earlier is this mismatch in the existing ordinance between there's essentially two processes. Someone is bitten by a dog and there's a town health officer component. There's also this voluntary victim component that tries to speak to public safety. And so we kicked around as staff, if the town has an interest in public safety, we should be looking at all dog bites or mandating that a process occur. So instead of requiring victims to do that, which would be inappropriate in my opinion, it puts it on the town to essentially release dogs from this quarantine. So this is getting into why voter approval would be needed with regard to these changes, is because that's very different than what it is now, which is that it's a timer. It's a 10-day timer that expires. Essentially, I think it's to observe for rabies potential. That's what that's really about. So this attempts to piggyback on that process by adding a screening by someone who's capable of doing that, whether that's our animal control officer, our town health officer, a police officer. We would, if we were to put changes like this in place, work with someone like an Emily to develop an investigation template to know what questions to ask. So when whoever's reviewing that report says, okay, we got this answer, that means we need a professional to weigh in because there's enough concern about public safety. So there's a couple steps here. One, dog bite occurs, quarantine in place. That dog is either released from quarantine or alleged to be dangerous. And then there's a hearing that happens within 20 days with the goal of having an assessment completed in the meantime. So we're attempting to tie a lot of stuff together and truncate that timeline, because with a 10-day quarantine and up to 20 days to schedule that hearing, you've got 30 days from an incident before the board is talking about it, but that's only 30 days before the board is talking about it, right? So we're talking about an incident that occurred last September. So it's trying to shorten that timeline. The other option is that they are released, right? So then you have an animal control order where you have compliance or not. And so that is handled administratively up to the issuance of that order or a possible ticket, which is a remedy under our current ordinance. And only if that order is violated do sort of nuisance dog items come before the board. So Ethan had mentioned before, like, you know, you get to euthanasia on this for nuisance dogs. You're absolutely right. It is after multiple opportunities for that owner to demonstrate they can comply with your orders. So I'm getting a little scattered, but I'll stick on the nuisance dog side. Creating a category for dogs that are not believed to pose a public safety risk, but where there are legitimate community concerns the board would like to speak to. Then the dangerous dog process involves what we've all done here. There's a hearing, there's witnesses. That's not something handled administratively. It's either escalated to you or it comes to you immediately, because there's no investigation needed to understand the public safety risk. So you have this hearing, we understand what happens next. The next step in the ordinance is either compliance, or conditions aren't met, or the animal is surrendered by the owner. So we know what happens if they're surrendered or they comply. If conditions aren't met, this is where you come to a compliance hearing. Again, another order could be issued. For dangerous dogs, that order is the third order that you have ordered. I'm using a 3 strikes, you're out approach here. So if you're a dangerous dog, the animal has bitten someone, you've been ordered to do something, you have not complied with that order, and then you have one more chance, basically, to show the community and the select board that you are a responsible dog owner. If you're on the nuisance dog side, it's an administrative order up front. If it's violated, there's a hearing, and then you have one more chance again. So everyone gets 3 chances in this process. Where it feels most appropriate to involve the board is when a nuisance dog owner is not complying, because in our opinion, that's a different public safety risk than just the animal's behavior alone. So that's how we ended up on 3 strikes. So skipping ahead to where this speaks to the concerns that I raised earlier, right? So all dog bites are screened, so there's no burden on a victim to come forward. It's essentially the town acting on their behalf. All dogs need to be released from quarantine, which provides an opportunity for an order specific to that animal. There's an assessment piece that I mentioned earlier. It's recommended for nuisance dogs and required for potentially dangerous dogs. The required assessment would be at the town's expense.
Karen, just real quick.
Please.
Speaking of expenses.
Yes.
The quarantine period is taken on property in the home or.
Yes.
Yeah.
So currently that's
that's
how
not
the
a
health
kennel for us or
officer period works. We're hoping to piggyback on that. There is language that suggests if, for example, the police chief doesn't feel that that can be adequately achieved, the dog can be impounded. So the hope is that it can stay in the home.
Yep.
Yeah. Just kind of, again, moving quickly through these, we're, again, truncating the timeline to 30 days, sort of the first hearing is going to be within 30 days of an incident. The location of an event, the geographic location is not relevant to what remedies are available to the board. It's the behavior of the animal. A hearing, again, can adapt based on the information that was provided during it. For allegedly dangerous dogs, potentially dangerous, there is a notice that must be posted on the property, on the owner's property. The town will provide that notice. The language is envisioning something similar to when a project moves before like a development review process. There's a kind of neon, it talks about the time, the date, and the location of the hearing. That's an attempt to educate community members who may not be following select board agendas as closely as they are what's happening in their neighborhood. Last, there is a remedy available for owners who may have a due process concern. The remedy available to all dog owners in Vermont under the existing statutes is Rule 75, which is a sort of catch-all legal process for legal decisions that do not have another appeal avenue. So that process is the court determining whether you were arbitrary or capricious in the use, in the decisions that you made. So that remedy is available now. This just explicitly outlines that folks have that right, just namely to make sure they know they have that right, and also to be clear that we do want to respect people's due process rights. There's also a process where should an event, like a dog-on-dog bite that's not required to be reported, if that occurs, a community member can allege a dog is dangerous or a nuisance, and that will start the animal at this screening step. So the community can provide input the way they can now. We know that dog bites will be investigated by EPD under these new rules to have some sort of public screening before we let them back out in the community. Okay, I will stop there. Actually, no, I won't.
Please don't.
Apologies. Statute right now, in the section that talks about vicious dogs, this is where the requirement for a hearing in 7 days comes from, that the location be off the owner's property, and the definition of vicious. If any of those change, voter approval will be required, because that's considered inconsistent with the section in statute, which is when it requires voter approval. So I have some questions into the attorney about specifically what that might look like. For our ordinances, for example, we have public hearings and there's a process. For ballot items, it's a vote of the board. So I have some questions of the attorney of what that process would need to look like should you want to consider similar changes. So there's still some unanswered questions, but I'm hoping to take those and what I hear tonight and get one more opinion.
And on that front, if we are to move forward with this, we will need to act quickly because of the timeline you presented for other ballot initiatives and things. It has to be by mid-July, is that correct?
So my understanding is we need to notify the Secretary of State by July 17th that there will be a ballot item if we want the item printed on the state's ballot. The language needs to be entered by August 3rd, which still wouldn't give us enough time to extend this discussion past the July 13th meeting. There are opportunities to do a local ballot. You could decide to wait till March. You could decide to limit it to changes that don't require voter approval. So if we want it on the state ballot in November, this would be a quick discussion. A decision would need to be made by the 13th of July.
Thank you. Greg?
Do you want to speak about the on or off premise component of the current ordinance?
Sure. So our ordinance is not unique in the definition of vicious dog or the vicious dog process. So the discussion that we had about location on or off premise, that sort of exists in statute. The interpretation that, because there were a number of suggestions that like, oh, we make a simple tweak and instead of off, we say on, or, you know, something similar. That would also be inconsistent with the way vicious dogs are regulated because it requires them to be off the premises of their owner. So I can't in good conscience suggest that that simple edit alone would avoid a vote. Yeah, it might solve the initial issue, but it would have the same process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and the staff for all the work on this.
Yeah.
We all in the community appreciates it. Turning to the board. Andy, Ethan.
I just have a quick question. So, I know I know all of this is amazing. Thank you so much. I know like our original concern was when the bite happened, the original bite happened about being located on the property. So, can we fix that portion immediately and wait for the rest of it to go to a vote in March? Or not?
Give me one second.
Yeah. You knew I was going to ask this question?
Should have been better prepared. No, it's quite explicit that, here, I'll share just the. Okay. So, tell me if I have to zoom in here. So the first sentence, when a domestic pet or wolf hybrid has bitten a person while the domestic pet or wolf hybrid is off the premises of the owner. So hop down to E, the second section that says, the procedures shall not apply if the voters have authorized the legislative body of the municipality basically to regulate by ordinances inconsistent with this section. So our legal determination is that if you changed that, if you removed the location requirement, that's inconsistent with this section.
Okay.
So that's how we're coming to that conclusion.
We have two options then, November or March.
Or special election.
Or special election.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you could look at it as a fairly quick change on or off premises, as opposed to just the off premises. I think that's the Jack situation. The bite happened on the premise, so you couldn't euthanize the dog. What Karen's tried to do with what she just presented is to capture all the discussion that we've had and that we've had since then about what other steps can make sense. That we think is a bit more thorough, but it is a bigger change. So we could March, November, special election, quick change, more comprehensive.
Ethan.
Personally, March and fix the whole thing. Right, like at this point, we know our flaws, we know how to deal with them. Kind of, other than not being able to remove the dog from the home. But regardless, we can't fix that until November anyway. So November to March, the scale there, I don't know. That's it for me.
Andy.
The Westford Select Board recently put a dog down. It took a year because of the appeal. So there's a couple of things I guess I got to ask about the appeal. The 75 thing there says there's 30 days to appeal. Where is the dog during those 30 days?
Great question, Andy. I've
Yeah.
also asked the lawyers that.
Yeah.
I think there's one perspective where an appeal is not an injunction. And so the action can take place and they can appeal that the action has taken place and potentially be eligible for damages. Or you keep the dog in quarantine, observe whether the person appeals. They have 30 days. You may get to day 31 and they have not. or you may get to 30 and legally have to wait on enforcing that order. So I don't know the answer to that, but I
Yeah.
am researching it.
So it's not clear to me that because there's a 30-day appeal period, we would have addressed the jack issue, for one, unless we took the chance of euthanizing the dog immediately and then being proven wrong later and paying a settlement. Could choose to do that, take that risk. So that's yeah. What does all that mean? Where does the dog go? Do we impound it? Do we leave it in its home? I don't think you can. I don't know. Can you take the property during the appeal period, or does the dog have to stay home?
Our current ordinance says we can. We can impound dogs for being in violation of licensing, for being potentially vicious.
Okay.
Yep, those are current powers.
Okay. I guess the question is, would we have done that? Or would we have left the dog in the house with all the constraints around it getting out, right? That in hindsight you could say, yeah, we would have impounded the dog, but I don't know that we would. Again, in 12 years on the select board, I've seen select boards bend over backwards to avoid putting dogs down. We've never done it in the 12 years that I've been on the board, and so I don't know that we would have. If we knew, of course, I don't question, if we knew there was a 30-day appeal period, which I'm not sure we knew at the time, whether we would have impounded the dog or just put all the restrictions in it to keep it in the house. So I don't know. That's a question I guess I would like to see answered.
We'll get an answer for you.
I heard you moving.
I was just trying to understand the conversation because I got a little lost there for a second. But so I thought that we couldn't impound the dog after the bite with the Meals on Wheels guy. Can't remember his name. Oh, we were told specifically that we couldn't because we didn't.
I can't speak to that, honestly. I don't have those facts top of mind. I'm focused on where this is trying to take us, so I don't think I'm the best person to answer that.
So if that happened today, could we impound the dog and keep the dog in our possession?
The dog could be impounded if someone alleged it was potentially vicious, yeah.
Even potentially vicious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I'll have to look back.
Mm-hmm.
Meg?
Even if it was on the homeowners,
Well, that's why it's potentially not
Right.
vicious.
not vicious, because it's
I don't think
potential
that's
because
right.
it's on the property.
We would have kept the dog. Can we?
Yep,
Can we
sure.
interject
I'm
some-
popping the language up here.
Because I was specific. I remember it plain as day that we could not hold the dog.
Does the members from the police department want to come forward and dive into this? Thank you, Chief. Just state your names for the record and.
Ron Hogue, I'm the chief of police.
Paul Courtois, I'm a lieutenant.
And so just while they're getting settled, I've put the existing language, it is in track change, but you can see under number 1, has been determined to be potentially vicious or presents an imminent danger.
Go ahead.
So yes, the way the ordinance is currently written, we have the ability to take the dog and put it into impound. What we can do and what we are able to do might be two different things. I've been sitting back here listening to this discussion, and I wanted to point out that we were recently, this past week, informed that the Humane Society that does our work for us, they reserve a kennel for us, they will not take an impounded dog. They will take strays or abandoned dogs, or they will take, in a case of Jack, they took him because he had been turned over to the town. An impounded dog has been very difficult for us to be able to place. And even if we do that, there's a cost to be able to impound the dog. So if we were talking about impounding a dog for 30 days, we're talking, I believe it's $100 a day is what we're paying to do that. So it's a significant amount of investment. So that's why up until now, the process for for quarantine has usually been as much as possible at someone's house, and let them hold on to the dog, because it is such a challenge to be able to do that. So the answer to your question is that yes, we can take the dog. I believe in this case, we may not have, and I don't know if there was a discussion of even taking the dog. I wasn't part of that discussion here with.
So with the other dog with the vicious bites, the reason why we couldn't take the dog is the Humane Society will not take a vicious animal, and that was even a potentially vicious animal. They will not take that dog, and Joanne can confirm that they will not. Right. That dog is not welcome there, and there's no other means for us to keep this dog anywhere. We can't keep this dog at the police department for 4 days. I mean, it's bad enough we had that dog at our department overnight in a holding cell in a cage. We're not equipped to do that, and the Chittenden County is not equipped to do that at this point. So it's nice to say, yeah, we'll take the dog, but we have no place to put it. That dog's got to go somewhere, and we just don't have a place to put the dog. So that's why we couldn't seize the dog. I know in here it says under 4.04 or 120 that we can, but we can't. That's great if we think we can, but they're not going to take the dog. The Humane Society, Lucky Puppy at one point would, because they didn't know. We would just randomly drop the dogs off there, sign them in on a sheet. They didn't know what the dog was in there for. But the Humane Society will not do that. We don't have access to it. It's only Monday through Friday we have access to them. So that's why.
And that's just the state of the way animal control is throughout the state. There hasn't been a lot of like countywide effort put into animal control or places to care for animals. There's places for strays and that kind of thing, but when it comes to the things and actions where you're putting dogs into impound, most kennels won't touch an impounded dog because they don't want the responsibility or the liability, and in the case of Jack, with being a vicious dog, they didn't want to take the liability of that or the danger of it. So it's a hard thing to do.
Could I offer that that's why you see the language you do in 1 and 2 here, right? So by getting voter approval, if we do go that approach, we still have to comply with other state laws, right? It's not a blank check to adopt any ordinance. So the obligation of the select board to provide for impoundment of an animal is a statutory responsibility that you all have. So I can't eliminate that function. What I can offer and what we discussed here is do everything possible to encourage that quarantine on the owner's premises, which is likely to be best for everyone. And so it's really only in the cases where that can't be accomplished that we're forced to comply with our statutory responsibility. Part of the question here, just to finish that thought, Paul, is some of the questions around what would we do if we have these questions now. We can't solve them with these ordinance changes. So I just want to kind of put that out there that a lot of these are current questions. They're not raised by these changes.
Yeah, and one of the comments that was made earlier, it was by me, that saying just change the portion of premises if you're going to go to state law. The only reason I'm saying that is because the way that I'm looking at it from the police department's stance is that keeps it the same as the city. It keeps it the same as the state of Vermont. If we do all these other additional changes, it's very difficult for the police department. If we have a barking dog that's in the city but it's bothering somebody in the town, well, what's the enforcement here? They're thinking, oh, this is the 6th time this dog's been barking. This is a nuisance animal. It barks at the fence at me and we should take this dog. Well, the city says no. So then what do we do? And if we take the dog, where are we going to put it? For any dog that we seize, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Humane Society told us last week, we're not taking that dog. Yeah. Unless it's surrendered to you, we're not taking the dog. They clearly told us that. So
that was a case we've been working with Joanne on a dog that's not registered, or two dogs that aren't registered in the town, and we've been trying to work with the owner, and we've gotten to the point where we're almost ready to have to take the dogs, but now we're at the point we were told that we're not able to house them, so we're kind of going to.
We were over there Thursday
trying to come up with a different plan.
Try to do it. Joanne went over, and by noontime, the Humane Society is writing us an email saying, you can't do that. We're not taking those dogs. What are you going to do with those dogs? And then it was like, okay, well, Joanne, come back, please. Issue 2 more additional tickets for the dogs because they're not registered till, so we're up to, I think, 6 tickets total? Yeah, 6 tickets. So 3 sets of issuing the tickets. And it's what do we do? What do we do? They're kind of, without that place to put these dogs, we're kind of at a standoff right now. And we're still trying to figure that out with the Humane Society. But they're telling us that they're full.
So it was the only reason that the Humane Society accepted Jack is because it was surrendered to you?
Yeah, he was surrendered and he was ready to be euthanized that day.
Okay.
That was the service they were providing to us. We did one on a warrant before where we actually seized the dog, and the dog was put down that way. But
Because they knew they didn't have to house either
Yeah.
one of them.
and when it's a vicious animal, he was kept in a cage. They did all their procedure with him inside the carrier cage that he was in. They would not open the cage, and there was multiple people. And the cage was wrapped up with towing straps, and it was locked, and people were still nervous of this dog. So,
Ethan.
Simply, I'm gonna try to be. What can we do to make the process better in the immediate term? And if the answer is that there isn't really right now, is it, I know don't influence us, but is it best to just wait and get this right? I mean,
virtually for us, absolutely. I mean, take your time at this point. And I'm not saying that the suggestions that we have, the flow chart, I like the new flow chart that Karen's come up with. It actually spells things out for us so we can see what's going on and what we need to do. But yeah, definitely at this point, take the time and do it right until as a county, we can figure out what we're going to do with these animals.
right.
And we want to try to be consistent with everybody else too. But most importantly, we got to have a plan in place. It's good to make a law and says we can do something, but if you have no place to effectively do that law, then what's the point of it? Then we're running into the point where we made something to make the public feel better, but we have no enforcement. Then people start questioning the police about, why didn't you take the dog? You should have impounded this dog. This dog has chased me 3 times and it nipped at me. Why aren't you doing anything? And it's like, there's nothing we can do besides house the dog at our office, which costs money because then we have to pay Joanne to come and feed the dog there, care for the dog at our facility, and our facility is not made for that.
No.
I mean, Highway made our dog kennel out back, I think it was like 2 hours, probably 5 years ago. And, it's just not feasible to do it the way we're doing it right now.
So as far as considering the changes that we've looked at and that Karen's created, I think there's some positivity in a lot of that.
Absolutely.
It solves some of the issues that we've seen, the reporting, and it opens up some possibilities for other things. Just consider that's probably going to change. That's going to, number one, it's going to change how we do business when it comes to dogs, which is fine. We'll have to do some training as far as that goes. But we're also probably going to have to suggest to the city that they change theirs as well. So it might set off a cascade of voting there, down the road. So, like I said, there's some good things that are from that. So I think that would be something we can work with. And it does solve some of the things, but whether the voters want to consider that, we'll see.
On that point, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Chief, Karen, when you were putting this together, you mentioned in the conversations we had that you looked at other neighboring communities and things that are dog ordinances. Have you spoken at all with the Junction about their policies? And
I have not.
Okay.
I will say almost every community I came across has the template language from statute and VLCT. So there's not many departures from what you see in the state laws.
I didn't quite hear that. Most communities have what we have now.
Right. So our existing policy is modeled after a VLCT model policy, which is modeled basically right out of statute. So that's almost in every community what I saw.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I didn't speak to the city specifically.
No,
certainly could.
I'm not pointing fingers. I was just
No, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it proposes a challenge depending on where you're responding to, which is a training concern. I can certainly understand that.
Meg?
Just to make sure I'm clarifying, part of the problem is that there is no place to house the dog. You guys said that you kept it overnight in your facility. And it's just not a long-term solution. You're not set up to do that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause there's two parts to that. You also mentioned, like, then we had to pay Joanne to come in and take care of the dog. And to me, putting this to the voters solves that problem. You're okay with spending the money to do that, but it also sounds like there's a separate issue of we just don't have the space to do that. You guys are not
Yeah, there's
prepared.
definitely a larger issue, and it's been a discussion amongst the chiefs. It's been
Yep.
a discussion among, I believe, at the planning commission level as well, about a county facility that
Mm-hmm.
that would be able to handle dogs like this, that all the cities and towns would be able to benefit from.
Right.
It hasn't gotten any traction,
Yeah.
in all those discussions, and I'm not really sure why.
Who wants to take care of potentially vicious dogs?
Right.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Andy?
I've brought up our situation with the dog issue at both the select board meetup that we're all missing because it's happening right now, the previous one, and then also at regional planning commission meetings. And I know that other neighboring municipalities are looking at their ordinances now based on the Essex experience, or the issue, not the place up here, the issue. And so it's top of mind for some people right now. I'm gonna go back and bring it up with the Regional Planning Commission about saying, hey, and maybe I can get more information about who has been already talking about this to try to get the Regional Planning Commission maybe to do a, consider this, it's not something that would happen quickly, you know, but if it's not in the plan, it's not in the plan. So I'll take that back as part of my being a rep on the CCRPC to try to
Yeah, I
facilitate.
think that's where the discussion would live.
I think that's where it needs to go, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Joanne, do you want to come forward and?
Yeah, just to address you're talking about a regional holding facility, correct?
Yeah, you just make sure we can hear you on the stream.
Hi, I'm Joanne, Animal Control.
Thank you.
So you're talking about, thanks, Chief. You're talking about a regional holding facility, is that what? Yeah.
Yes.
So that is a project that I had thought about for many years, but there was no traction with it, and usually it comes down to funding. As far as the facility goes, I did find some property in South Burlington that was zoned for kenneling dogs, but and it was a decent building. It was across from the landfill on Patcham Road, and it was a nice building. It was a ranch-sized building. Had a pull-in area where you could pull in your truck, unload a dog safely inside the building. And I even spoke with the building owner. He was willing to work with with us, but it always comes down to funding. So there's potential out there for a facility. It's just a matter of people coming together and being able to staff something, because that would take several staff members to take care of dogs 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
So. But yeah.
Andy?
In the March 11th memo that was in our March 16th packet, there was a line in there that said there is a risk of increased liability exposure to the town if the ordinance is adopted but not carefully enforced. I know, Karen, I asked you about this, and you said that you're more comfortable with the liability question now. Can you explain that?
Thank you, Andy. I should have touched on that. I think in March there was a concern about sort of being frank, piggybacking off the Jack situation, and whether there was a concern about, did we do everything we could? We did. We know we did. what liability the town has. So we wanted to be sure if we're going to recommend something, we need to be able to enforce it. So we're not opening ourselves up for any liability there. Since then, the 3 months or so in all of these conversations, going back to the human legal system, I'm thinking about it as you all are the judge. You're no more responsible for a defendant's behavior than anyone else, right? It's up to that animal and the animal's owner to ensure that they're making smart choices in the community. So I have pivoted to not being concerned about the town adding liability with these changes because that's the same in either scenario, right? We are reactive to a situation, and I think these changes improve the accuracy of the process addressing the public safety concern. So I would like to walk that statement back. That's my perspective. But I think that was an unfounded fear, that we were opening ourselves up to someone suggesting you should have done X, you have wide latitude to apply any of these conditions under state statute. I think someone would be hard pressed to make an argument that it's arbitrary or capricious to use statutory powers granted to you. So that's where I'm coming to the conclusion. I don't see the town being liable for the actions of a private citizen or their animal.
Thank you. Andy?
Not an attorney, to be clear.
Andy?
The other question I had, and I think you had the question about this too, is there is a section in there that allows the chief of police to order sterilization of an animal.
Thank you again for bringing, I missed a lot. There's a section in there about speaking to the sort of administrative pieces of the nuisance dog process. So the person that's tasked with trying to review those and make sure they're effective is the police chief through animal control. And so one of the things that is a possible remedy is sterilization. I flagged it here because that's typically, from what I'm understanding from all the great things Emily is teaching me, that's typically a response to an aggressive dog, which would not be a nuisance dog. So I flagged it as a discussion point on whether you believe that's a power the police chief should have for a nuisance animal. I don't know. Just wanted to pose it for discussion. We could also ask the chief how he feels about that.
I mean, I'm just throwing this out there just as a first comparison that came to my mind is if your cat keeps getting out and they pick up cats all the time and that's the first thing they do is spay them. Spay?
Yeah.
Spay.
Spay or neuter.
There we go. Happened to me one time.
Chief, do you want to give us your perspective?
Yeah, this is a new one for me. As long as I had statute to back me up, and that was part of what the remedy would be, a proper remedy would be, I think we could probably utilize that. However, I think you just said that Emily is saying that that's more related to a dangerous dog than a nuisance dog.
That's what I understand of what Emily's saying.
Okay.
No, that's completely what she said, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if that would be in this section. That might be something that's left to a dangerous dog hearing to be done. I mean, you're talking not only an invasive procedure, right? But you're talking about like possibly taking away income from someone if they were intending on using that dog for breeding or whatever. So I think that probably, to me, should go to the select board to decide and not just me.
I'll just jump in. I think I look at this section being a list of options, and I don't think there's any harm in having that option available to you if it needed for extreme situations. So I would not do unnecessary changes to limit the powers. I think we found that we're in the situation because we had limited powers, to be honest. Privileges, whatever term you want to use. I also, from your response, Chief, it doesn't sound like you were aware of this.
I was not aware. Well, I was in reading it, but I had never heard of that suggestion before.
But it doesn't sound like it's something. And obviously, I think if all those possibly adverse situations that you brought up were at play, it'd be a consideration of not utilizing that.
Correct.
Andy?
Just to be clear, this document is showing that as existing and current because it's not a change. Is that true? Or I thought there was a difference between this version and the one that was in a previous.
Yes.
Some of the changes that were in the previous
In the reading file?
reading file are no longer shown as changes here, because I think you've shown the additional changes, but not the prior changes. That's where I thought, I mean, this whole section about nuisance animals is new, I think, isn't it? Or
Yeah, it absolutely is. I will have to check that. I in my just quick scroll, I didn't see anything else that looked. I will have to check that. This is the only section where I'm seeing that might be a possibility that I would have accepted. Probably there were changes recommended, and by accepting the changes, I might have recommended.
Because your comment was over to the right, asking the
Yes,
question, is
yes.
this something we want to
Yep.
allow the chief to do? So.
I'll get that fixed. I apologize.
Yeah.
Ethan?
This is all great. I don't know if there's anything that we're hoping to get out tonight, or if we're just looking to get a good overview, get some feedback, and take public comment. But I do have like 2 hours worth of hay to wrap, and then if I don't start soon, the police are gonna get called on me, and they're not gonna be able to do anything because it's agriculture. But
Yeah,
I'm gonna piss the neighbor off pretty quick.
You'll be a nuisance,
Not dangerous, right?
not a danger.
Be a nuisance farmer.
Is there further board comments? Kendall?
I just wanted to make the comment that I think the new ordinance should reference the Dunbar level very clearly. Because it says, it's great information. It says the level 1 and 2, great prognosis, 99% of dog bites, and they can be resolved as nuisance. But once you get above that, it escalates quickly. And I just think that somewhere in the ordinance, where it's not an appendix, but related to the ordinance, it should specify, level 1 and 2, that's fine, do your nuisance dog and all that, but when you get into the other ones, that's when you really need to step up to your potentially vicious and vicious dogs. That was my only comment.
We can
Karen?
certainly do that. Just to be clear, it wasn't intended that this was an appendix. It certainly could be, but it was more of context than a regulatory inclusion. On that piece, Kendall, it sounds like you would like to see some improvements over the approach to that, which is to define serious bodily injury and minor injury. So I'll just scroll for a second. So minor injury is intended to address levels 1 and 2. It's a one single bite, which might be 4 punctures, right, because of teeth. But that's minor. Anything beyond that is considered serious. So it does not name the levels, but the narrative is consistent with the way that that's set up. So we could certainly refer directly, but that was the attempt at doing that.
Because that for me was the most telling thing about Jack, was that we had the experts that very clearly in here, it's a level 5 bite and this is what's gonna happen and all, and it did. So you have to rely on the experts. An ordinance should reference that. Thank you.
I'm good.
Not seeing any other board hands. Let's open up for public comment. I appreciate you guys being here. Just in case there's people in the room want to speak, I'll have you sit in the audience. I'll call you up if needed. Any public comment on the suggested changes? Not seeing any in the room. Online? Nope. I don't see any online. I don't want to be accused of going too fast, but we'll bring it back to the board. Further comments? Or shall we just, we've given them our direction and we'll see this at our next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're good for it at the next meeting with the idea of putting it on the November ballot or just further discussion?
All right.
Personally, I don't think we should put anything on the November ballot, but That's just me.
I mean, I'll be the devil's advocate there. I think that this is a good thing. I think there's a lot of good stuff here, and I'd like to see this as a prepared to be on the November ballot, so we can talk about it next meeting.
I think we can approach it with that in mind. You can decide.
I am very curious to see the language that would go on the ballot, because this is so comprehensive.
Don't have time.
It's another legal question. Greg and I were talking earlier. I think a similar comparison would be the charter amendments, right, where there's multiple changes. I think there were 9 or 10 questions.
Yeah.
I think in my conversations with the attorneys so far, I've also got a question into VLCT. The fear with that is that some sections are adopted and some are not. So you would want to ask one question, the wording of that TBD. But probably something like, shall Essex voters approve changes to the ordinance, with the full document in the voting booth? Yeah. But I will research that as well.
Andy?
I think it's too complicated to rush. Absolutely too complicated to rush. And
By no means am I trying to rush this. I don't see that we are rushing it.
July.
we have one more meeting between
Yeah.
now and when we have to tell the state to
What the
put it on the
question is.
ballot. We have to resolve the entire thing in one meeting.
In 2
What's
weeks.
the language of the ordinance and what question or questions go on the ballot? And then we have to warn it.
And you
all
have
in one.
and you have a holiday with 2 days off, and you only have 5, 6, 7, 8 business days.
Between now and the next meeting.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's a whole new fiscal year.
True.
It's important to get right. I'm not trying to rush this.
I think you are. I think it's too much to try to do this in November. No way. These guys got other stuff to do.
And
What is the other thoughts of the board? I hear
me
two.
and Kendall just nodded with him.
To get it that short a time frame.
Okay. Well, then there's the 3 people that need to say it's not November. So, what is the directive towards the staff on this thing?
Keep working with legal to get the answer to the questions. Keep working with legal to get the answer to the questions.
Right, right.
With the goal of March, or what are we aiming for?
It's a possibility, yeah, depending on what the answers are. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be comfortable with thinking about it, moving it to March, because of the complexity of all of these changes and how many we're potentially making to it.
The staff has the directive.
Thank you.
Let us move on when I find my agenda. Business item 6G, discussion of potential action about placing local option tax questions with parentheses around S on the November 2076 ballot.
Great, so we really wanted to get this in front of you because of that timeline we just talked about. This is something, local option tax, we discussed back in January. You decided not to put it on the March ballot. Talked about, should we approach November? That was brought up again during your, setting your work plan for the coming fiscal year. And as we started looking into the timeline for that, you have to have that decision by July, at your next meeting essentially. So we wanted to put something on the agenda tonight, just to make sure you're aware of that, try to answer any questions. If you're all set, you want to put it on the ballot and you're good to go tonight, that is warned as action, but really the intent, that's not the expectation. The intent was really just to put it in front of you. Do you want to see this on July 13th? Do you want to target November or March or not at all? And if you want to see it again at your next meeting to potentially take action for November, are there any questions that you still have based on the information that was presented back in January? All of which is in the packet for tonight.
Thank you, Greg. Board members.
Well, I suppose I can start it.
Kendall.
I can be short and sweet. I respect the Economic Development Committee's work and their recommendation and stuff, but I've heard so much about this from so many different people that I really don't know how the town of Essex feels about it. It's $1 million revenue. I don't agree with staff putting it towards property relief in the general budget at all. It should go to capital and one-time expenses which is what Williston tends to do with theirs. Essex has a ton of stuff coming up. You're putting up the Keystone Trail. You're $110 million in deficit and water and sewer stuff that needs to be done with the capital. We just reduced our capital by a couple $1 million for new projects. Ask the townspeople. That's my question right there. If you had asked me about the Upper Main Street before the vote, I would have said that we weren't going to be doing it. It was 2/3 for and one more like 3/4 for. So I don't know what the town of Essex wants to do with a local option tax. So I would like to ask the voters. That's my reasoning for a November vote. Thank you.
No, thank you, Kendall. Ethan?
Did you happen to find my numbers? Thank you.
Ethan had asked me to look into voter turnout. So for town meeting for 2024, 25, and 26, hovered around 1,500 voters. The midterms in 2024, November, 7,200 voters turned out. The prior vote was in 2022, that was 5,700. And then in 2018, which was the other one that I had access to, 8,200 voters turned out. So the 2024 midterms, which was the most recent November election, also included a presidential election. So it may be that that's not indicative of what we might see this November, but those are the numbers.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I didn't have time because I was fielded with the question and then in the tractor. So I had Karen find those numbers for me. But that was the concern that was shared to me, was that the voter turnout would be lower in November, but it seems to be the opposite. So I'm more than comfortable to ask the question. I'm a little bit more narrow-sighted about it with Kendall, and I would only personally be in favor of an alcohol tax. But.
Thank you, Ethan. Meg?
So I'm also in favor of putting this on the ballot. I think if we're going to, we should ask all of the questions about, and do it separate. Ask about each individual options tax. To me, the one thing I wonder about is kind of the juice worth the squeeze in terms of staff time. I don't necessarily know if we're only doing, and the voters only approve, just like an alcohol tax or something like that, right? The other, Kendall, I appreciate your comment on it going potentially to capital. My thought is, with a retail tax, you are essentially giving back to you're giving back to our tax base any potential tax we collect from people who, need to get their groceries in Essex, for example. So that was one of my other questions, is I'm assuming this also, in terms of retail, it covers groceries.
It does
not. Okay.
No.
That changes things then.
Meals. So if you buy a prepared meal at Hannaford's Price
Yep.
Chopper, that's taxed, but just
not-
standard grocery.
Okay. Okay.
Could I just offer that the alcohol category must be adopted with the meals? It can't be adopted as a standalone, so putting that out there. And then earlier today, I did confirm that you can ask the use of the question separately. So you could say, should voters approve a local option tax? Should the local option tax be approved? Shall we dedicate to capital, to whatever? So you could approve it and then approve the limiting piece separately.
Yep.
In case you wanted to ask it that way.
Do we have to?
No.
Okay.
The language that I provided in the packet is VLCT's model language,
Right.
but I did ask, can they separate that out in case there's not agreement amongst you all of what to use it for?
Okay.
And one
Greg,
more piece
please.
about the alcohol, we've talked about this, but just as a refresher, the alcohol accompanies meals because it's alcohol sold at bars and restaurants.
Yep.
If you buy a bottle of wine or a six-pack of beer at a store, that falls under retail. So same as the cannabis sales fall under retail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Were you finished?
Yeah.
Ethan?
Just to yeah. The limiting factors, there doesn't have to be any, right? You could just say, shall the town of Essex collect the tax? Nothing else.
I didn't hear that question.
Because it didn't probably make any sense the way I said it, but when you ask the question, like you can say, shall the town of Essex collect a meals and alcohol tax, period, or question mark. And then you don't have to say what you're going to do with the money.
Correct, right.
Then the select board collects the money, and the select board every year says, here's our local options tax, here's our...
Well, it would be listed as part of the budget on the revenue side of things.
Right.
Well, it wouldn't have to, you know, it'd be revenue, but you wouldn't have to specifically put it in.
Yeah.
We
You
should
know.
decide later, essentially, what to use.
Andy, I see your hand.
Yep, I'm in favor of asking the question so that we can stop talking about it. And if the answer is no, then we won't need to talk about it for a while again until it comes back around. So yeah, I'd like to see it go forward. I do have questions about how, because one of the, we've done surveys around local option tax before, and the part of the response we've gotten is, well, I might be in favor of it if I knew what you're going to do with it. I'm sorry, Kendall, but I'm not in favor of dedicating it to capital because we've just recently asked for 2 capital tax increases, and we got a big bonus. We're going to get a big bonus with reassessment because that's a flat tax. Everybody's capital tax is going to go up proportional to their assessment. So to ask for a third or essentially a 4th capital tax increase, I think I wouldn't support that. I like the idea of dedicating a portion of it to I like the idea of having a portion of it dedicated to something because, as I said, the surveys have said, you know, I'd support it if I knew what you're going to do with it. It is true that we can't constrain future select boards. So if we only ask the question, do we want to have a local option tax, and you know, we are going to blah 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 with it, a future select board could do anything else they want with it. So unless you have it as a question, and then I think you'd have to have another question to rescind the prior one and change it for a vote. I like the idea of putting in like a quarter of it or something like that, or toward the budget, and then have select board discretion for the rest of it. I don't know if that's enough to convince people that we're going to be doing the right things with it. So I think that, in my view, that's the bigger discussion. I'm in favor of putting the question on, but the question is what is the question? And I think we should ask, you know, is it 4 questions? Yes, 4 questions.
I think it's
three questions: retail, meals and alcohol, and rooms. Right, those are the 3.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then I like the idea of dedicating a portion of it to tax relief or something like that. I'm not crazy about putting it specifically to capital, again, because we've raised that tax so much recently.
Thank you, Andy. Would you, just asking you a question, would you recommend it be 4 questions? So it's the 3 categories and then we come up with the purposes are, or would you want all of them to read with it going to X, Y, and Z?
I don't know. This is new news that we can have a separate question for that, because I think that was one of my questions.
If you ask it on the same ballot.
You ask it on the same ballot, yeah, okay.
Andy had asked a question whether that type of restriction would be advisory or binding. So that's what we're talking about.
So would it be binding if you ask it as a separate question?
On the same ballot.
On the same ballot, okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay, so I'd want clarification of that. Because if it's just an advisory thing, then we're just hiding the fact that any future select board could do whatever they want with the money. We should, you know, anyway. I guess I have to think about the question of, do we want to separate it out, because, you know, it's $1 million all told. If you don't get the retail, it's much smaller. Which may be okay if that's what people want, I guess.
Sorry, that was part of, I think I stopped my comment, but is the juice worth the squeeze? Like, is it worth having only that small percentage of like just the meals portion of it? I don't know the answer to that, but it's just a thought.
Ethan?
I mean, my argument would be there, the whole reason I've been against the local options tax the whole time is if you want my tax money in a different form, why don't you just raise my taxes? Why do you need to take it from me at the grocery store? Because proven here in the EDC's report is, you know, the effects that it has on the residents. If you look at towns with specific retail, the residents pay more in taxes, pay more in local options tax. So rooms and alcohol, if I only went out to eat twice a year in Essex and I don't drink alcohol at a bar, it would rarely affect my life. And meals and alcohol. Sorry, I also agree with rooms. I think that's a separate, right? Rooms is separate. So if you did rooms, meals, alcohol, you know, now you have people traveling to Essex to stay at our resort and use our bar and rent a room and buy multiple meals at, you know, a restaurant that's fancy and expensive. That's bringing in revenue. But if you're just counting on 12,000 people shopping at Hannaford's that live here, why don't you just raise our taxes 3%? It's a little cleaner that way. So.
Meg?
I think I agree with you, and I think to the point of it potentially being a regressive tax, that's where I am in support of it essentially buying down the tax rate, right? You're giving back to the voters when you are collecting this tax, right? As a whole, we're collecting all of it. And there are people from out of town who come and use our grocery store and Lowe's and all of that. So that would be something that I would definitely be in favor of.
Well, thank you. I'd like to open it to public comment unless there's further discussion by the board. Great. Public comment. Mr. Ken.
I'm surprised I'm actually here. Ken Signorillo, town resident. Just to offer some suggestions, Colchester has a rather innovative way of handling their local option tax. All of their local option tax goes into a fund. The use of that fund has to be done, voted on by the voters. So that could solve your problem of getting the money accumulated and then later decide what to do with it, and not necessarily just immediately reduce the tax burden. 2 days ago, I ordered a new guitar. It was a $2,000 item. I went direct to the manufacturer, Yamaha. You would think they would have it down with the local option tax as to what municipality I'm in. Changed it from Essex Junction to Essex. Still wanted to charge me the local option tax. Every single person who does not pay attention to their online orders may very well be contributing their local option tax to Essex Junction. With a single zip code, it's a problem. I was surprised to see a major manufacturer still having this problem, but apparently they do. I switched over to Sweetwater's. They had it down, no problem. So it's something that varies from manufacturer to, from retailer to retailer. Online purchases potentially will fund Essex Junction if a person isn't paying attention. Things that are done locally, well, most restaurants know that they're in Essex, but I have to tell you, not all of them do. So there is even a chance with something that's purchased locally in our town that is subject to local option tax. Rooms, not likely rooms because there's very few. In fact, there's so few you can't even get that data from the state. Restaurants, there's a good chance most know, but believe it or not, when we first switched over, major people on Susie Wilson Road, they're a little confused as to what municipality they're in. The bagel place, Ray's Seafood, they did not know. It requires complaining to the state tax department. They contact the retailer, or maybe they get it fixed. I think the point that Ethan's making is totally valid. When it comes to retail, a tax is a tax. And if it's borne by our taxpayers, why does it need to be a regressive tax? Property tax is somewhat progressive. There's rebates for people who are in need. There's a reduction. So property tax tends to be a little bit more progressive, I think. I think that the retail sales tax would definitely be a problem. Did I hear somebody say that things purchased at Hannaford's are not subject to the meals tax? Did I hear?
Groceries are not, prepared meals are.
The hot bar, which I use all the time to get those lovely chicken wings and things, that's a meal. So keep in mind that there are a lot of things that are purchased at a retailer like Hannaford's that would be considered a meal. Everything else about the Economic Development Commission's point that's in your memo, obviously. We just did have a meeting with a new restaurant, a business outreach, the new coffee shop that just opened on Susie Wilson Road. And we reminded them about what municipality they're in. That's our duty. Make sure they understand not to collect the local option tax on their meals, which almost everything they sell is subject to meals. They quickly pointed out that they're on a very tight margin, and every penny counts. So a 1% extra local option tax that they would pay for things that they purchase, that they consume, and that their customers would pay for things that they sell matters. And if they can charge a little bit less, it would be helpful to them. I think that's all I have for you.
Thank you, Ken. Andy?
Ken, when Google started charging the local option tax, I raised the question with the state, and they said that Google doesn't break it out by municipality. They just send the state a check, and then the state divides it by their
Address database.
Yeah, and so.
So they're redistributing the Google sale. Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. So Google is not deciding whether or not I live in Essex or Essex Junction.
Do they do that for all the online retailers, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know if they do that for all of them or it's just the larger ones. But some of them.
How do they know? If Google sends them a check, how do they know? They send them also a list of every single purchase.
What was explained to me, and maybe we should have this discussion
Yeah,
offline.
it doesn't seem feasible that they would send them every single purchase that they made during that time period, and then the state
No,
would look up.
they send it like a quarterly or semi-annually, whatever it is, and then the state says, on average, this municipality gets this much of
But you realize
local
that Google
option
would have to
tax.
be telling them every single sale and what municipality it was in to do that. You realize that? Every sale that they make, they would have to specify which municipality that the person specified on their order.
Let's talk about this offline.
I think that
I'll
doesn't
clarify
seem
it for you.
Yeah, I'm not buying that, sorry.
Any further public comment? Irene. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you can make it.
So am I. Thank you. Meeting goes late enough, I can't knock on doors anymore. Thanks for discussing this. I'm sorry that it's so late on the agenda. I think people would be fresher and maybe thinking more clearly if it were earlier on the agenda or saved for another day. Everything that we put in the EDC memo that you got in December is still valid. For decades, for decades, local option tax has been considered in this room and that room when the select board used to meet in the old building. And each time it was turned down, and there were reasons. We like being exceptional. We like being the town that doesn't have that tax, that hidden tax. And I'm just really sorry to see that we've gotten to the point where we are seriously considering it for our town. It drives sales to Essex. And so when we say that it's going to bring revenue in, yes, it is, but maybe less revenue for our businesses. And as a town that is going to see its capital tax revenues double, as we just heard, I think it just feels a little greedy to be asking voters to vote on this. Yeah, it will be their decision, but no, you guys have to lead. And I think acknowledging that you just got double the capital tax that you were planning on, it might be a nice time not to add questions about a local option tax on the next ballot. Thanks very much. Oh, and I'm also really concerned because I've only lived through this 100 times. When a ballot issue goes out, the town provides information to voters on both sides of the issue, but somehow the people who are on one of those sides always feel that it really isn't neutral, balanced information. So I'll leave that up to you as to how you do it. But I would love to see information, if you do go forward, which I don't recommend that you do, I'd love to see information that both sides feel is fair to their argument for or against this. I challenge you to do that because it's never been done before. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Margaret Smith, I believe, MSS.
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for joining us.
Okay, yes, Margaret Smith, Alder Lane. I made a list of points, and the first one on my list was the same one that Ken made about the zip code, because sometimes when I try and order things, the online order form insists on changing my zip code and to 05452. So that issue is never going to go away, I don't think. And also, in addition to all the money that's probably going to the junction that we don't know about, part of that money that's collected goes directly to the state, so we don't get to keep all of it. And I understand there are contractors who shop specifically at the Lowe's here because they don't have the local option tax, and when you're spending a lot of money, it matters. That 1% matters. And I'm not sure where you get your numbers for how much money the tax would generate, but I think the zip code issue is not one to easily be solved. And I just wondered about Airbnbs. Are they taxed? I suspect a lot of them go under the radar, but I don't know enough about it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Sharon Zukowski?
Ann Miller was next.
Oh, sorry, it was in this order online. I can go to Ann first.
No, that's fine. Just trying to be fair.
Ann Miller.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think just one comment, kind of like a core principle of asking for money is saying what you're going to spend it on. And so I think that's like, you have to figure that out before you do the asking. I want to say, like, I am a member of the Economic Development Commission, but I'm here, of course, speaking as my individual myself. People have mentioned this, but no one here, I mean, the people who are here right now tonight at 10:32 at night are not the people for whom this tax is going to be extremely, like, present a hardship. But there are plenty of people in this town who eat at McDonald's, who buy quick meals at the store, and for whom, like, I'm the person who, like, I buy everything that's on sale. I know the price of an item before it rings up at the grocery store. But this tax represents a fairly regressive tax for people in this town, and I think we should really think twice about doing something that to a part of the population who doesn't routinely show up to these meetings. As a retailer, I think it seems really highly anti-business, as we're trying to be a more business-oriented community. And I would just say that one other point of this is that, two other points, and then I'll be quiet. And several other people have said this in a different way, but it is a competitive advantage of ours that we don't have a local option tax and we can advertise that. And the last thing I would say to you, it was only 175 days ago that you all voted no on this. And I'm hard pressed to understand what has changed in 175 days other than it got prioritized on a work plan. And I believe that the vote should still be no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. Just to answer that last question, and correct me if I'm incorrect, Greg, but it was never voted no against. It was voted to basically postpone it until possibly discussion for a fall ballot. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to Sharon. Sukowski.
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting.
You're good.
It takes a few clicks with this new system. Not your fault. Ann said most of what I was going to say. I have to respond to something that Megan said. That theory that this tax goes back to property tax is sort of for us rich people who can afford to buy homes and aren't renting. Renters, people that all live together don't get anything back. And as Ann says, a lot of the people that this is going to be most affected by don't vote at town meeting, don't go to the midterms. And, I know my tenant upstairs, she struggles, she works hard, she buys everything online because she works all day and can't go shopping. And that little 1% on like her 6-year-old's bike, that she ordered online from Walmart, it seems like not a lot to us. But it's just such a regressive tax. And my other thing is, I was really disappointed to see that this discussion came late at night tonight. What time is it? Sorry, Ethan. 10:30 at night on a meeting that was supposed to be specifically about a vicious dog ordinance. But thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Seeing no further hands online and no hands in the room, back to the board. Kendall.
I feel compelled to point out that the people that are affected most get state aid, SNAP, EBT, property relief. There's a number of relief options available to them. And I do feel that it gets lost in the discussion that it is 1 penny. That's 1 cent. That's 10 cents on $10. That's $20 on a $2,000 item. So it's not a huge amount of money every time you buy something. I just think that that's important to point out. And I don't know what the town of Essex wants, because I've heard both sides of this from a number of different people. That's all.
Thank you, Kendall. Andy.
Yeah, we're not deciding to implement the tax, we're deciding to ask the question whether to implement, and voters absolutely can vote now.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And then we'll stop talking about it for a while, yeah.
Could be potential action, but it also could just be for discussion. Unless I hear a motion, we'll move on to the rest of.
So it'll come back on
Next.
July for a formal.
That was the intent, correct, Craig?
Yes.
Not hearing a motion, we'll move on. Board member comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I need to make a comment on
Oh,
appointments.
yeah, please.
Because my wife is the chair of the library trustees, and she and I have had discussions about membership of that entity, I'm going to recuse myself from discussions about choosing appointees and also from the vote. I'm sorry, but it complicates the discussion in executive session and then the motions afterwards, but I feel I have to recuse myself.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Noted. Board member comments? I would just say thank you to Trevor Williams for your service and on the Planning Commission.
And kudos to the aquatic nuisance grant.
Thank you. I'll entertain some motions. Or who's gonna get there first?
Move the select board enter to executive session to discuss the proposed public official appointment in accordance with 1 VSA section 313A3 and to include the town manager and deputy town manager.
Thank you, Ethan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from over there. Andy, thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
That's it.
That's entertain a motion.
So I move that the select board make the following appointments to the Conservation and Trails Committee: Bino Cummings for a 3-year term of reappointment, Carrie McFarland for a 3-year term for reappointment, and Morgan Kirk for a 3-year term for reappointment, and Bart Bouchard for a 1-year term for the vacancy. And to the Police Community Advisory Board, Dan Maguire for a reappointment for a 3-year term. And to the Housing Commission, Cheryl Van Epps for a 3-year term, and Lorraine Zaloom for a 1-year term.
Thank you, Meg. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Kendall. All those in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries 5-0. Goodbye, Andy.
Move that we make an adjournment.
No, we're actually going to take another motion for the library real quick, if one comes to pass. Is there a motion?
I move that the select board make the following appointments to the Essex Free Library Board of Trustees. Emily Gibbs for a 3-year term for reappointment. Alan Ramsey for a 3-year term for reappointment. And Jane Dunn for a 3-year term. Sorry, 3-year term.
Thank you, Meg. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm going to give Ethan that one. Thank you, Ethan. All those in favor of these appointments, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
I move we adjourn.
Andy, you want to come back? I'll just make a note that thank you everyone who applied. We appreciate your service.
Second.
Kendall, you seem to want to say something.
Yes, I move that we adjourn.
Thank you, Kendall. Is there a second?
Second.
Ethan. Motions to adjourn are non-debatable. All those in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.